Good morning. Recognizing a quorum, I am calling this meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order at 10:25 a.m. on August 6, 2020. My apologies for the late start. In the good old days, we started late once or twice because a commissioner or two was stuck in traffic. Now we start late when Microsoft decides to send out updates randomly right as we're starting the meeting. So my apologies. My thanks to our technology staff and to our producer Erica for getting us back online. And let's get going. This meeting is being recorded. For those of you joining in remotely, first of all, again, my apologies for the delay, but also wanted to give you my best wishes for the health and safety of you and your families. Let's go to the agenda as it's jam-packed as usual. Erica, can we go to the agenda slide, please? Thank you. Just a couple of comments. One, we have no minutes to review. This time we'll catch up at our next meeting. Our legal staff, particularly Christopher Smith, has been heads down on our regulatory process. So we're going to skip minutes this month, but again, we will catch up next month. In the executive director's report, in addition to the usual, I've asked the executive director to give us an update on our spending versus budget for the previous fiscal year that ended June 30th. I've also asked him to provide an update on the current fiscal year budget status. I'll give you a heads up on that, which is it's still very unclear, but I've asked Sean to just give us an update on kind of where things stand. Additionally, I've asked the executive director to give an update on the executive order that was released this week with respect to vaping, and appreciate all the hard work that went into that. Appreciate all the public comment that we received on that, and I've asked the executive director, as I mentioned, to cover that during his report as well. For licensing, we actually have fewer provisionals this time than we've had the last two meetings, but offsetting that, we have set a record for the number of final licenses that we're going to evaluate, discuss, and vote on today. And so again, as always, my thanks and accolades to our licensing team for the hard work and the productivity that they've put in over the last 5 months as we've been working remotely. As has become the case or customary, we will continue as we continue to meet remotely. We'll do all votes by roll call. The commissioners have shared their proposed conditions with me ahead of time. I will read them when we get to the appropriate license. I apologize in advance to my fellow commissioners if I missed anything, but I think I've got complete notes from the for the proposed conditions. And then after we get through our licensing process, we have several topics for commission discussion and vote. My guesstimate is this will be about a 4-hour meeting, which will take us through lunch. So therefore, we will take a lunch break when there's an appropriate break point. And we'll take 1 or 2 other breaks along the way. Of course, anytime any one of my fellow commissioners would like a break, please just raise your hand or send me a text, and we'll certainly do that. So let's get started. If we could get into the executive director's report. Mr. Executive Director, are you ready?
I am.
Could we put up the first slide of his report, please, Erica? Erica, thank you. Next slide, please.
So we'll begin, Mr. Chairman, as you indicated, as the slides catch up. We will first talk about the Commission spending both year to date for FY20, which, as you indicated, closed on June 30th, as well as you see here some historical context for that funding level. We'll then talk a bit about FY21, but as you also indicated, that is certainly an unknown environment right now and something that we're closely monitoring, but I would describe it as we're cautiously treading water and awaiting some further clarity on a budget front, but we'll have an update on what recently happened at the State House there. So to begin, for FY18, which was the Commission's first year in existence, you see that we had available to us approximately $7 million, or precisely $7 million. That was our, as I indicated, our first year in existence, and we spent $2.1 million of that $7 million. or 31%, really around building and initiating a lot of our infrastructure and temporary space, salaries, and then some use of consultants, et cetera, but certainly not a full use of those funds. Heading into FY19, we continued our growth as well as continuing to develop some structural costs. If you had asked us in FY18, for instance, where our headquarters would be, what our structural costs would be around contracts and consultants and vendors, for instance, building out a licensing system, managing our own IT infrastructure and network, all of those in FY18 were certainly unpredictable. The picture got a bit clearer in FY19 and is even more clear in this most recent fiscal year 20, as well as fiscal year 21. So all in, we also, as indicated here, we adopted and moved over the medical use of marijuana program from the Department of Public Health. We had available to us $3 million that was appropriated directly from the legislature. For context, the medical use of marijuana program up until FY19 had lived off of a trust fund, which did not require legislative appropriation. As we do not enjoy that benefit, we must seek legislative appropriation. The $3 million is something that would have carried the remainder of that program over from for the end of the fiscal year, but we also were able to leverage our existing resources there, including things like IT and HR and legal, et cetera, which were traditionally supported out of that trust fund for the department previously, not from the commission standpoint, from the department standpoint. We also spent for the first time money of the public awareness campaign. You'll see that coming in at about 1.89 or 95% of that budget. Again, that was FY19. So all that brings us to the most recent fiscal year, which is FY20. Here again, you continue to see the growth of the agency that certainly includes personnel and other administrative expenses related to the personnel. It continues to see a tightening budget of that medical use of marijuana program as those costs come into light further for the commission. We also invested pretty significantly in IT related to that program around the patient portal. And you'll see that the public awareness campaign was reduced to $1 million. However, we did spend that full allotment. So a trend I would just call your attention to is the FY18 spending of 31% now to a percentage of budget of 90% in FY20 demonstrates that we're getting a better sense of our structural costs. We're getting a better sense of what it truly costs to operate and run this agency. And I think we're really coming into a better vision of those contracts. And again, if you had asked us in FY18 where our headquarters would be, I don't know that your answer would have been Worcester, but we now have a 10-year lease and more predictable spending year over year. So
my answer would certainly not have been Worcester.
So I think those are things that as we mature as an agency, our structural costs just become a lot more predictable in year to year, as well as our things like headcount and payroll, et cetera. But we also know, as you know, for FY21, we've asked for a significant increase and one that I think is a further demonstration of our continued need to grow and mature, but really settle into a structural agency and what it costs to truly operate a full-fledged Cannabis Control Commission. Happy to take any questions on this slide if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Any questions for him? Why don't you keep going then, Mr. Executive Director?
So this next slide really drills down into FY20 to illuminate some of that spending. I think.
Erica, can we have the next slide, please? Thank you.
Here we go. So as I indicated, we are spending the majority or just about 90% of these funds that have been appropriated to us. We should also acknowledge that while the fiscal year itself closed on June 30th, invoices continue to come in. So we really have until the end of next week for invoices to come into the agency to really close out that fiscal year. The state doesn't typically close out its fiscal year until around October to allow for that catch up of, we typically pay on a 90-day cycle, which is a lot of bureaucratic speak certainly, but something that's just worth a note is we're still closing out the books for the fiscal year. So our accounts or our spending is really broken down into three separate accounts. First is our operations line item, which you see was funded at $9.9 million. The medical use of marijuana program, which is funded at $3.2 million. And again, the public awareness campaign. which was funded evenly at $1 million, although previously funded at $2 million. Those accounts break down into a number of different line items within them. Administrative expenses are really things like office supplies and furniture, etc. Consultants and contractors are things like Citron Cooperman, who's the financial investigations consultant, KPMG, which conducted the tax study for us, as well as things like temporary assistance and help, as well as any costs related to the relocation of our agency out of Boston to both Worcester and our satellite office in Boston. IT is a number of things. It's certainly our infrastructure, which we've experienced today is certainly a necessary component of our operations, something we will continue to invest in and make sure we are up to date on. So things like Microsoft Teams and Microsoft Dynamics, our case management system, as well as our licensing platform through JD Software. The other thing we cover through this account is badges for agent registration. So all of that is lumped into this approximately $2 million in expenses. Office space is this fiscal year, FY20, is really all three of our office spaces. So 101 Federal, our previous temporary space, is incorporated into this as we moved in the November timeframe, as well as some months of both 50 Franklin as well as Union Station. And payroll and fringe, I think, is self-explanatory there. The medical use of marijuana program is broken down similarly. There are administrative expenses, significantly around IT, which is really the patient portal, as well as the historic chargeback for the previous virtual gateway. Payroll and fringe, again, is pretty self-explanatory. And the physical move, the medical use of marijuana program did have a significant amount of historical data and documents that needed to get managed during that move, and that's something that did come with an expense. So again, this is a further breakdown of FY20, where we projected the budget to be around the 14.2, and the actuals, and again, just a caveat that I would add is the actuals are still catching up, but I don't see that number shifting dramatically in the next week or so.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Let me pause again. Are there any questions from my fellow commissioners or comments? Okay. Let's keep going, please. Next slide, Erica.
So the next slide that you'll see, knowing that the slides are lagging a bit to catch up here, is relative to the FY21 budget. As you indicated, Mr. Chairman, it's really an uncertain picture as to what that budget might look like. The legislature recently enacted, and just prior to our meeting on Tuesday, the governor signed the interim budget, which extends, essentially it's described as a 1/12. This is a number of months through October 31st, but it's really level funding to the previous fiscal year. And as I described it, as sort of treading water for the agency. And around that uncertainty is we did ask for a relatively sizable increase to continue our growth. The advice we've gotten from both the comptroller as well as the Executive Office for Administration and Finance is that we should base our spending decisions on the most conservative of the budget appropriations between the FY20 budget as well as the governor's proposed FY21. So if we were to look at that and use that analysis, you'll see that the most conservative would be FY20 budget for the main line item, which is our operations account, versus the 9.1 million versus the 11.1. The smaller of the two for the medical use of marijuana program is the 2.7 million available in the governor's FY21 spending proposal. And again, the smaller of the two, which has been zeroed out or eliminated, is the public awareness campaign, the governor's FY21. So we are operating under that principle at this point. And again, we're waiting any clarity or further decision from the legislature as well as the administration on how FY21 might shape up. This is completely unprecedented as far as I've seen in my time in government, but something that we're managing at this point and doing our best to continue our operations and maintain them, but being cautious in doing so.
Yeah, I appreciate that attitude, and I appreciate the flexibility that you and the team are showing in terms of how we're managing in this environment. So thank you for that. Again, questions or comments from my fellow commissioners? Okay, thank you for that, and obviously we'll continue to provide updates as we get more clarity, but there is no forecasted timeline here. Is that correct, Mr. Executive Director? We'll just continue operating the way you described until such time as we get further instructions or further clarity.
That is correct. I think the fact that there's been a budget extended through the end of October does give us at least some predictability into September. But I think a lot of the there's a trickle effect here of waiting for what the federal government might do, which might allow further clarity for what the state could therefore do. And obviously that would relate to us as well. So we'll continue to monitor it as things come up. We'll continue to share that with the commission. But again, this is the premise we're operating off of.
Yeah. My thanks. It is unprecedented. Okay, next topic that I think you're going to cover some highlights from our licensing data. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So get the next slide, please, Erica. Thank you.
For a number of months now, we've provided essentially this level of data in the discussion format of the meeting. All this data historically has been available as part of our presentation, available in the public packet. But given that it's been a number of months since we've done a more fulsome review, the next upcoming slides are a further deeper dive into some of these highlights. That said, just wanted to call your quick attention to the fact that there are 5 applications currently awaiting their first review. There are 44 applications before you today for your consideration. 79 applications are awaiting third-party responses. Again, that is municipalities or the background check component. There are 84,303 certified active patients. 23 delivery pre-certifications have been considered and approved to date, and 162 applications have benefited from that expedited review.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Before we move on, as I have in previous meetings, wanted to call notice to the first bullet point there, 5 applications awaiting first review. That's extraordinary progress from just a few months ago, and I know it's been a focus of attention for our licensing team, and it's very pleasing, obviously, to see the progress we've made there. I think that's pretty phenomenal. It was one of the key goals that we had agreed for you and the staff this year, and I think it's just great to see this. So thank you to you, Mr. Executive Director, and to our entire licensing team for the focus and progress we've made on this topic. Any other questions or comments from commissioners before we move on? Okay, can we get the next slide, please, Erica? Go ahead, Mr. Executive Director.
Okay, so this is a total snapshot of the portal itself, which shows the total volume of applications. You see here that 282 are pending with all 4 packets. That includes those licenses that have been considered and approved by the commission or considered and not approved. So that's a snapshot of the volume of the workload. 631 have been withdrawn. 5,013 are incomplete and therefore have not been submitted, or all 4 packets have not been submitted to the commission. Again, 4 have been denied. 23 are pre-certification, which is currently developed or delegated, to staff to consider, and 547 have been approved. So again, the 282 number, really represents that workload and is somewhere in the process and not the 547 number. Right, Mr. Two, excuse me.
It's okay, thank you for the clarification. Questions or comments before we move on? Go ahead, Mr. Executive Director.
The breakdown of that 547 is, these are licenses that have been approved by the commission. You'll see the majority, or 222, are for a license of that of a retail location. 167 are for cultivation, 132 are for product manufacturers. That is the traditional supply chain. However, there's 13 micro businesses, which is a combination of cultivation as well as product manufacturing. There are 6 independent testing laboratories, 2 that have commenced their operations, but additional ones in the pipeline, which is obviously good to see. And then also an uptick recently with marijuana transportation, including those tied to licenses as well as those that are third party and independent from licenses.
Thank you. Questions? Keep going, please, Mr. Executive Director. Next slide, please, Erica. Thank you. Again,
those 547 that have been considered, where they break down as far as the license itself process. So 80 have been provisionally approved. There are 314 provisional licenses. The distinction there is that a provisionally approved application is not, the license date depends on when the license fee itself is paid. So that's the only distinction there. 22 are of a final license and therefore on the verge of commencing their operations, and 131 entities have commenced their operations. which amounts to the 547 total licenses.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you, Erica. Go ahead, Mr. Executive Director.
So this is a bit of the workload that is pending before the commission now. As I indicated at the outset, there are 5 applications awaiting their review. Mr. Chairman, to your comment, there's been a lot of work and effort in providing the resources necessary to initiate that review. Where the work then goes, and this is a credit to that staff as well, is into a supplemental review after more information, if necessary, has been provided. So if after initial review additional information is needed, we will submit to the applicant a request for information and reopen that application. As you'll see, there's 154 applications in that stage of review. There's also the 79 applications that are awaiting third-party responses. There are 44 applications before you today. And again, you've already considered and dispatched with 574 applications, which does create that grand total workload of 856.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments? Thank you. Let's keep going. Next slide, please, Erica.
This is some information here relative to the application review and their priority or expedited status or general applicant status. You'll see that there's 240 RMD priority applications that have been considered, 37 economic empowerment priority applications, 162 in the expedited review category, and 417 general applicants. On the right-hand side is a breakdown of expedited review. Some are expedited just purely based on license type. Again, that's micro businesses, craft cooperatives. 52 entities are majority owned by social equity participants. 72 entities are DBE status or women owned, veteran owned, or minority owned. And 16 applications enjoy 2 or more of those categories.
Great.
I should also indicate the license type includes independent testing labs as well.
Right. And outdoor cultivation as well, not just co-ops.
That is correct.
Questions? Okay, let's keep going, please.
This next slide is further breakdown of the DBE status. Again, this is something that is tracked through the application disclosure. 19 applications have identified as women-owned businesses, 27 have identified as minority-owned businesses, 39 applications have identified as 2 or more business types, and 471 did not identify as a DBE business. Again, this is information that is disclosed as part of the application. To enjoy expedited review, I should indicate that we do require an affidavit from the business, as well as that they initiate their Supplier Diversity Office coursework with their initial business course offering and certify that they've begun that process.
Thank you. Let's keep going. Next slide, please, Erica.
This next slide here is DBE status for fully submitted license applications. And again, it's a similar breakdown relative to women-owned, veteran-owned, and minority-owned, as well as those that have not identified as the same. You see the majority, 79%, did not identify as a DBE business.
Thank you. Any questions? Keep going, please, Ben.
Further breakdown, or a new breakdown, not new, excuse me, but pivoting to agent registrations. You'll see that the majority, 66%, have identified as male, with 33% identifying as female, and 10 individuals have not identified, that have identified their own gender in their application.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
Additional demographic breakdown, again, of the 9,164 total pending, approved or pending agent registrations. You see the majority, 74%, or 6,809, identify as white. A little bit of MTC or medical use of marijuana program information. I'll note that this information is now being migrated over to the Mass CIP portal. We do accept applications, new applications through that portal. There is legacy data that is still under review, and we're doing our best to migrate it over. However, this dashboard has historically been available. Of those MTC license applications, you'll see that there's 36 pending in the application of intent stage. 103 entities have had their application expire. On the right-hand side, you'll see from a licensing standpoint, there's 61 provisional licenses that have been issued, 13 final, 64 MTCs have commenced their operations, and again, 28 have allowed their license to expire.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Go ahead, Mr. Executive Director.
This is information relative to MTC agents. Again, you'll see there's 7,195 total MTC agents. On the right-hand side is information relative to patients. As I indicated, there's 84,303 certified active patients. There are 90,287 certified patients. That is that the system has identified there is a certification on file, but they've not either claimed their account or registered as patients in the system. So it's a two-step process of being certified and then confirming that certification through registration. You'll see there's 7,692 active caregivers, 269 registered certifying physicians, 81 registered certifying nurse practitioners. That implies, therefore, that there are 0 physician's assistants that have registered with the program, and there's a total of 71,051 ounces that have been sold in the program.
So we saw a significant growth in this after the governor's first executive order with respect to the pandemic. Are we still seeing the same kind of growth in terms of the number of patients?
That growth has leveled off. You see the spike, I think, is still there as far as that certification, but the rate has really leveled off to more of a normal case.
That's surprising. Thank you. Are there other questions or comments? I think this is it, if I'm correct, Mr. Executive Director. Obviously, the full licensing report is available to the public, but I think these are the only slides you were going to cover on licensing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Again, any questions or comments from the commission, my fellow commissioners, before we move on to I think the last topic, which is the vaping situation? Okay, then go ahead, Mr. Executive Director.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to quickly highlight, and there is information available on the Commission's website that I would point folks to, but as you know, since September, in the Governor's executive action and public declaration of a public health emergency relative to vaping that implicated the cannabis industry, inventory, including vape cartridges and devices, has really been under quarantine. The formal quarantine issued by me and through me, the commission, took place in November. That amounted to just over 600,000 or so individual units. Since that time, we have been investing, I think, a lot of time, energy, and resources into researching as much as possible what might be causing some of the illness across the country. And thankfully, we've not identified any vitamin E acetate, which was the substance of concern identified by the CDC. However, during our review, we did uncover and discover a level of concern relative to heavy metals that might be leaching out of cartridges or devices over time. So we conducted 3 phases of testing. The first phase was just for the presence of vitamin E acetate. The second and third phases also included a screen for heavy metal detection. There were some devices during that review that did register concerning and impermissible levels of lead, some significantly so. I should note at this point, we did not screen or test every batch that was under quarantine. It was a subset and a sample size. We then undertook a pretty significant investigation to discover or see if we could understand exactly where the lead might be coming from. That included a review of the oil in the cartridge and testing that, as well as a review of the device and hardware, including atomizers and other components of that hardware. As you know, in July, we released a request for public comment and feedback, knowing that a significant number of these quarantine cartridges were still under quarantine and therefore taking up space in vaults and on shelves, and asking what we should do next with this information. We then just this week released a second amended order, which allowed for 4 routes of resolution here. The first is voluntarily destroying that inventory. If a licensee feels at any time that that inventory may not pass a test or is not safe to release, they are free to voluntarily destroy that, and that would be their choice and their decision. If they are inclined to release that information or release that cartridge, excuse me, or those devices, they must successfully pass a test for both vitamin E acetate as well as heavy metals. If they are unsuccessful in doing that, they may pursue remediation. Remediation would essentially be reclaiming that oil and infusing it into a new product. That is something that I think is relatively time consuming as a process, but something that is possible. If neither of those are successful, then it must be destroyed. If a product failed both rounds of our testing, and again, we did 2 phases of testing for both vitamin E acetate and heavy metals, that product can only be remediated, and again, if not successful, must be destroyed. I should also note during this, if the previous full panel test is older than a year, we consider that test to be expired, and it must be tested for a full panel once again to renew its quality. The test that we're not doing in the context of vitamin E acetate concerns was things like microbials and cannabinoids. That must be renewed in order for it to proceed. So again, we allow for 4 routes. One is voluntarily destroying it. The second is retesting it. The third is reclaiming it. And the fourth would be if it failed both, it can only be reclaimed. And if not successful, must be destroyed. In this context, I should note, we are not saying that these, there are public health concerns that remain with this inventory. This process does not resolve those concerns. Ultimately, it is a step to mitigate those concerns, but consumers and patients need to make informed decisions around their own health and around their own use of these products in this inventory. Our approach on this is to provide consumers with as much information as possible, including disclaimers on both label and at point of sale, that if you are curious if this inventory was part of that quarantine, you have the information you need to discern that and make that decision and know that fact. In addition to, if a product was manufactured using inventory or oil that was previously quarantined, you will be aware of that fact. And if you have any questions whatsoever about those tests, you have access to that certificate of analysis or those certificates of analysis, and it must be furnished to you upon request. So we think this is a complete approach to this. We think this is striking a balance, but I do not want this to be mistaken as something that we're not saying this inventory is without concern. It is, and we want consumers and patients to be able to make an informed decision for their own choice. And so that is exactly the balance we tried to strike. And obviously, I'm happy to take any questions you may have about it, but it is not something we did lightly either.
Yeah, no, it's obvious you took a very careful and thoughtful and inclusive approach here, and I commend you for that. It is a complicated topic. I do think you found a very good balance, but let me ask if there are any comments or questions from my fellow commissioners.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Flanagan, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank the executive director and the team at the CCC for all the work that's been done. I think that, as Sean said, that we need to strike a balance, right? People have the right to consume this product in the manner that they feel is right for them. But at the same time, I think it's always incumbent upon us to give as much information to the consumer as possible so that they can then make the determination for themselves. I have a lot of concerns about these products. I think that a lot of the unknown is concerning, and just not knowing the details or what's in them, or the fact that some of the tests come back inconsistent. And I really hope people take the time to educate themselves and to look into this should they choose this method.
Thank you, Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioners McBride or Title, any comments or questions for the executive director? Okay, Mr. Executive Director, is there anything additional in your report today?
No, I think I've covered plenty. Thank you, though.
No, I think you have, and my thanks to you, not just for the amount of material you covered today, but all the hard work that goes behind that. So thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Let's move on to the next agenda item, which is our licensing actions. If we can get the next slide, please, Erica. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we have one enforcement action to discuss and vote on today, and that's a settlement with Revolutionary Clinics Incorporated. Mr. GB, would you like to give an overview, or one of the enforcement attorneys?
Good morning, Chair.
How are you?
Andrew Carter will speak on this on this enforcement action.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Carter.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Before the Commission is a proposed final order and stipulated agreement between the Commission and Revolutionary Clinics. Based on a full review of the evidence in this matter, enforcement has determined that the licensee has committed the following violations. Violation 1, retail sale of marijuana products by a marijuana establishment to another marijuana establishment that were not in compliance with testing standards under 935 CMR 500-140 sub 7 and 501-140 sub 7, as well as 500-160 sub 1 and 9 and 500.160 sub 1 sub 9. Violation 1 is brought before the Commission on account of the licensee wholesaling marijuana products that did not comply with the Commission's testing requirements. Violation 2, failure to provide adequate documentation of testing requirements when selling or transferring marijuana products to another marijuana establishment as a marijuana product manufacturer or cultivator under 935 CMR 500-130 sub 4 and 501-130 sub 4. Violation 1 is brought before, Violation 2 is brought before the Commission on account of the licensee failing to provide accurate documentation to marijuana establishments and medical marijuana treatment centers, MTCs, demonstrating that the product had been tested for contaminants and complied with the Commission's testing requirements. Violation 3, failure to maintain and/or adhere to written policies and procedures for cultivation, production, or distribution of marijuana under 935 CMR 500-160 sub 3 and 501-160 sub 3. Violation 3 is brought before the Commission on account of the licensee failing to accurately document amount and source of contaminated products pursuant to the regulations. Ethanol was detected in the respondent's CO2 cartridges because of the use of ethanol as a cleaning agent in their CO2 extractor. E-liquid product was between 5,500 and 9,000 ppm of ethanol, which represents a maximum of less than 1% by volume, but the state limitation is 5,000 ppm. The respondent has provided an independent testing analyst, which was conducted by a senior toxicologist at CTEH, a consulting firm specializing in human health risk assessment of environmental, occupational, and consumer products, which concluded that the risk to public health or safety was limited. This opinion was based on part on the fact that ethanol rapidly boils once it reaches 173.3 degrees Fahrenheit. The average heat of a cannabis vaporizer ranges from 175 degrees Fahrenheit to 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Thus, the amount of ethanol potentially inhaled was considered limited. However, the respondent did wholesale product that was not in compliance with Commission testing standards as documented above. The respondent provided notice to the affected MTCs and marijuana establishments as detailed in the stipulated agreement. Rationale for relief. A dispute resolution conference was held on May 15th, 2020. The monetary fine and corrective action agreed to were arrived at based on the Enforcement Department's evaluation of the licensee's exposure under 935 CMR 500-360 and 501-360, as well as 935 CMR 500-450 and 501-450. Enforcement finds that the negotiations of relief through an IDR is appropriate because the licensee has accepted responsibility for the violations committed and has cooperated with the Commission's investigation and has made an effort to remediate the cited violations as well as affirmatively institute reforms and improve company operations. So the sanctions and affirmative relief. Licensee has agreed to pay a monetary fine in the amount of $120,000. The licensee shall be subject to a probationary period of 4 months, beginning on the date of any Commission ratification of this agreement. Any repeated violation of any provision in this agreement during the probationary period may constitute full and adequate grounds for administrative and disciplinary action against the licensee pursuant to 935, 500, 450, and 501, 450. However, a timely self-reported incident resolved through sufficient corrective action as determined by the Commission shall not constitute a repeat violation for the purposes of this agreement. Enforcement recommends imposition of the monetary fine subject to the payment schedule in order to balance the deterrent effect of a measured financial penalty with the operational impact of a monetary fine of the licensee's operations. The relief negotiated in this agreement recognizes the licensee's acceptance of responsibility for the violations committed and promotes the Commission's interest in efficient resolution of disputes. The relief further balances the Commission's interest in promoting the public health, public safety, and public welfare and honest licensee conduct against the licensee's interest in moving forward subject to the conditions set forth in the stipulated agreement. Finally, enforcement recommends the Commission ratify this agreement because the agreed upon relief serves as the ultimate objective of enforcement action, that is to deter non-compliance by the licensee in the future. Resolution through a monetary fine in lieu of revocation or suspension was found to better serve the enforcement objectives in light of the limited resources and need to efficiently resolve disputes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. I appreciate that. Let me, before I ask for a motion, can I ask for comments or questions from my fellow commissioners? Commissioner McBride, please.
So I just had a question regarding some of the timeline, and I just want to sort of, I guess, clarify. Why was there a lag between the September 24th conversation with Respondents Council identifying the entities that the product was wholesale to, and the duty to notify, identifying that there was a duty to notify, and the October 18th request by the Commission to Council that the notice be sent? It seems like that's a fairly significant period of time. There should have been some action taken by the respondent before we had to request that they take that action. Do we have an explanation for why there was that lag?
Mr. GB or Mr. Carter? You're on mute, Mr. GB.
My apologies, Chair. Essentially, Commissioner, that in terms of that gap, you know, just to be straightforward, it was that issue was not identified initially, but while we were still pursuant of our investigations and as well as our compliance efforts, we then went back and then identified as this is a issue that needs to be addressed by the MA. So that was really on us not identifying it at one particular point, but notwithstanding, we still obviously felt in terms of public health and safety concerns that it must be identified, not only identified, but addressed by the MA.
But it's true, though, that the respondent had the affirmative duty to notify, correct? I mean, so there was no mystery about the duty to notify. And so that really the primary responsibility there is on the respondent. But your point is well taken, Mr. GB, that, you know, we should be following up on that, right, in a more timely manner. Also shouldn't be waiting for us to tell them to do what their duty obligates them to do.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments, Commissioners Title or Flanagan?
No.
First of all, I'd like to just add my comments to what Mr. Carter said. Again, I really applaud and appreciate the work of our enforcement team. The objective here is to resolve a public health issue and to ensure adherence to our regulations going forward. And I think there's been I think a great effort to make that happen in the appropriate manner through this proposed stipulated agreement. So I would like to ask, please, for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to ratify the stipulated agreement. Can I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
I'm sorry. I have this. Your pictures are very small on my screen right now. So the motion to approve was made by Commissioner McBride, and the second was Commissioner Flanagan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to ratify the stipulated agreement with Revolutionary Clinics Incorporated. My thanks again to our entire enforcement team for resolving this matter in, I think, a very productive and positive way. Thank you very much. The next agenda item are staff recommendations on changes of ownership. There are 6 of those. Can we go to the next slide, please, Erica? And Mr. Potvin, you'll be speaking to these, is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm well, thank you for asking. Can we start, please, with Beacon Compassion Incorporated?
Absolutely. So the first change of ownership request submitted and for review today by the Commission is Beacon Compassion. This will ultimately affect 2 adult use licenses and 1 medical marijuana treatment center license. They are seeking to add 3 individuals and 1 entity to these licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments for Mr. Potvin on this? Then could I ask for a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Beacon Compassion Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Flanagan. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Beacon Compassion Incorporated. Thank you. Next, please, Mr. Potvin, Ganesh Wellness Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here requesting a change of ownership and control is Ganesh Wellness Incorporated. This will ultimately affect 2 of their adult use licenses. They are seeking to add 3 individuals and 1 entity to these licenses. Again, additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review. Therefore, staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Are there any questions or comments on this change of ownership request? Then please could I ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Ganesh Wellness Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title? I don't see her on, oh, there you go. Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoff? Aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Ganesh Wellness Incorporated. Next, please, Mr. Potvin, Holyoke Gardens LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Holyoke Gardens LLC. They're seeking to change ownership and control over 1 of their licenses. They're seeking to add an entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. With that said, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments on this license, on this change of ownership request? Okay, then could I please have a motion to approve the staff recommendation for change of ownership on Holyoke Gardens LLC?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Flanagan. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved staff recommendation on change of ownership for Holyoke Gardens LLC. Commissioner Title, would you mind turning on your camera so I can see when you're raising your hand or not? Thank you.
Yes, my connection is a bit laggy.
Well, so if it's better for
but
if
yes.
it's better for you to be off camera, that's okay. I'll just work around that. It's your call. Next up, please, Mr. Potvin, Ipswich Pharmaceutical Associates Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Ipswich Pharmaceutical Associates Incorporated. They're seeking a change in ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses and 1 medical marijuana treatment center license. They are seeking to add 3 individuals and 2 entities to gain ownership and control over these licenses. There's additional information again within the executive summary for the commission's review. Therefore, staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments for Mr. Potvin on this application? Then could I ask, please, for a motion to approve the staff recommendation for Ipswich Pharmaceutical Associates? Commissioner Title, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved staff recommendation on change of ownership for Ipswich Pharmaceutical Associates Incorporated. Next, please, Mr. Potvin, Life Essence Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here seeking an ownership and control change is Life Essence Incorporated. They're seeking this change over their medical marijuana treatment center license. They're seeking to add 2 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments on this application? And could I ask, please, for a motion to approve the staff recommendation, Commissioner McBride?
So moved.
Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Title?
Aye.
I'll get there in a second. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye. Sorry, I also have a laggy connection, so I apologize. Aye.
No problem. No problem. Now you can say aye, Commissioner Title, if you so choose. Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Life Essence Incorporated. Last change of ownership, Mr. Potvin, Nova Farms LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Nova Farms LLC. They're seeking a change in ownership and control over 1 license, 1 adult use license. They're seeking to add 3 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Are there any comments or questions for Mr. Potvin on this application? Then could I ask, please, for a motion to approve the staff recommendation, Commissioner Flanagan?
Aye.
Pardon?
Oh, so moved.
Sorry, I get confused easily in this format. Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second the motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Nova Farms LLC. That is it for change of control at this point in time, Mr. Potvin?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. If we could move to the next slides, please, Erica. We have 1 change of location request. Thank you very much, Erica. Change of location is for Emerald Grove Incorporated. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Emerald Grove Incorporated. Their current location is 355 Wareham Street, located in Middleborough. They're seeking to change their location for their MTC license and specifically their cultivation and product manufacturing operations. They're seeking to change their location to 370 Wareham Street, also located in Middleborough. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review. Staff therefore recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Putnam. Are there questions or comments? Then thank you. Commissioner Todd, could I ask you to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation for change of location for Emerald Grove Incorporated, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission can unanimously approve the staff recommendation on change of location for Emerald Grove Incorporated. Mr. Potvin, I have no other changes of location that I'm aware of at this time. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So just looking ahead a little bit, we've got renewals and finals. I'm going to suggest that after we get through the finals that we then take a short break before we jump into to provisionals, since those always take longer since we go through them individually. So let's start with renewals, if we can get that up to. Thank you, Erica. We do these as rosters, so I'm going to break this down into two rosters. Roster 1 will be A through E, and roster 2 will be F through J. So for the first roster, which includes Boston Bud Factory, MRR 205592, Boston Bud Factory, MPR 243527, LC Squared LLC, MCR 139881, Curaleaf, Massachusetts, MRR 205603, and Curaleaf, Massachusetts, MRR 205605. I have a request for 2 conditions on all of those renewals from Commissioner Flanagan. Let me read them. Condition 1 is Commissioner Flanagan moves that within 90 days of the removal of the state of emergency declaration, all adult use licenses must notify the Cannabis Control Commission of updated actions taken on the plans to positively impact disproportionately harm people. Condition 2 is Commissioner Flanagan moves that within 90 days of the removal of the state of emergency declaration, all adult use licensees must notify the Cannabis Commission of updated actions taken on diversity plans. Did I get those correct, Commissioner Flanagan?
Yes.
Are there any other questions or conditions that any Commissioner Bride or Commissioner Cotto would like to request on these 5 renewals? Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on renewals for the 5 licenses A, B, C, D, and E on this slide? Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner McBride? Subject to the conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. I apologize. Can I have such a motion, please? Commissioner McBride?
So moved.
Thank you. Sorry. We're doing as well as we can with this technology. Commissioner Tyler, could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue renewals to the first 5 applicants on the slide, A, B, C, D, and E, subject to the 2 conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Next, we'll treat the last 5 of these as another roster. So we have ComCan Incorporated, which is a vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center. ComCan Incorporated, RMD 1445, Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated, RMD 785, Good Chemistry of Massachusetts Incorporated, RMD 725, and Rise Holdings Incorporated, RMD 645. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on these renewals. Are there any comments, questions, or requests for conditions on these from any of my fellow commissioners? Then could I have a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue renewals to those 5 entities. Commissioner Flanagan, can I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Tyler, can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approve the staff recommendation on renewals for these 5 entities. Thank you very much. That is my full list of renewals this time. Is that correct, Mr. Potvin?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let's move on to final licenses. There are 10. I have 19. Is that correct? Maybe 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think I have 20. In any case, we're going to treat these as two separate rosters. Let me start with the first roster, and that's if you go actually to the next slide, Eric. I'm sorry to do this, and then we're going to need to come back to this slide. But if you go to the next slide, please. Thank you. I'm going to treat one. We're going to vote on one roster, which is M, N, and O. So Mission Massachusetts Incorporated MC 281288, Mission Massachusetts Incorporated MP 281312, and MR 281259. Commissioner Title has asked to be recused from this discussion and vote. Before I ask for a motion, are there any questions or concerns that either Commissioner McBride or Commissioner Flanagan wants to raise? Then Commissioner McBride, could I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a final license to Mission Massachusetts Incorporated, MC 281288, MP 281312, MR 281259?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to renew the final licenses discussed here in this roster with a vote of 3 in favor, Commissioner in favor, Commissioner Flanagan, Commissioner McBride, Commissioner Hoffman, and Commissioner Title was recused. Thank you very much. The second roster will be the remainder of final licenses under consideration for today. So I'm going to read through them and then ask if there are any questions or comments. So the second roster for final licenses, Apotheca Incorporated, MR 282730, ARL Healthcare Incorporated, MC 281622, ARL Healthcare Incorporated, MP 281681, ARL Healthcare, MR 282382, Boston Bud Factory, MP 281397, Be Well Holdings, MR 282825, Community Growth Partners, Great Barrington Operation LLC, MR 282695, GreenBiz LLC, MR 281490, Holistic Health Group, MC 282488, Holistic Industries Incorporated, MR 282605, Just Incredible Cultivation LLC, MC 281313, Mass Alternative Care Incorporated, MR 282062, the Heirloom Collective Incorporated, MR 283029, the Western Front LLC, Western Front LLC, MR 281907, Holistic Industries Incorporated, MTC 1526, Mass Alternative Care Incorporated, MTC 1527, the Green Lady Dispensary, MTC 885. Are there questions or comments or requests for additional conditions on those final licenses? Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to all the applicants on the roster that I just articulated? Commissioner Title, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to all the businesses identified in this roster. Thank you very much. So I kind of changed my thinking. I'd like to get feedback from my fellow commissioners on this. We went through that pretty quickly. We have, I think, 44, if I'm correct, provisional licenses, Mr. Pothman, is that right?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
And so why don't we go through, try to get maybe halfway through that, and then we'll take a break. Is that okay with my fellow commissioners, or would you like to take a short break now?
I'm fine.
Okay. So let's move into provisional licenses then. If we can get to the next slide, please, Erica. Why am I up there on the screen as opposed to the slides? Thank you. If we can get to provisional licenses, I'd appreciate it, Erica. First provisional license slide. Thank you very much. You ready to go, Mr. Potvin?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's start. The first provisional license is 1622 Medical LLC, which is a vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center. I am not aware of any request from my fellow commissioners for additional conditions on this license, but are there questions or concerns that any of my fellow commissioners would like to raise on this application? And could I please have a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to 1622 Medical LLC? Commissioner Flanagan, could I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to 1622 Medical LLC for vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center. Thank you very much. Next up are 3 licenses from ACK Natural LLC, MCN 281850, MPN 281557, MRN 282038. Mr. Poppin, I realized on the previous one I didn't give you a chance to do your thing. So could you please summarize the 3 applications for ACK Natural LLC?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The applicant here is ACK Natural LLC. The proposed location is 17-19 Spearhead Drive, located in Nantucket. They are seeking 3 adult use licenses: cultivation, tier 1, product manufacturing, and retail. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of 3 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am aware of a request from Commissioner Flanagan to request an additional condition on this license, which is to 1, resubmit plan to include more than just a donation, 2, include in plan which cohort you are seeking to impact, and 3, clarification of how a donation to Cultivated will directly benefit that cohort. I'm not aware of any other requests for conditions from my fellow commissioners. Are there other comments or questions or concerns on this application? Commissioner McBride?
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Potvin.
Please go ahead.
So this is with regard to a determination that there are no suitability issues. Is this the first time that this applicant has been on a public agenda for these licenses?
No, Commissioner. They were originally scheduled for the June 4th meeting.
Okay, so as part of the license application, right, applicants have to submit disclosures, if any, of relevant information detailing involvement in particular criminal, civil, or administrative matters, and that's under 935 CMR 500 101 1B3. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So in looking at this application, it looks as though at least one individual listed on the application did disclose a civil settlement that was reached without admitting liability back in 2018. And then they also went on to disclose what the applicant phrased as a civil inquiry by the SEC in April of this year. But is it accurate to say that there were additional disclosures that were made and came to the commission's attention after the applicant was posted on the agenda on June 4th?
That is also correct.
What were the nature of those additional disclosures?
Originally, when the agenda was posted for the June 4th meeting, which was on June 2nd, we did receive a constituent inquiry / complaint about possible additional information that was not made aware to the commission. Acting upon that, our enforcement counsel staff did send out a request for information to this applicant's counsel, including the applicant on June 9th, seeking any and all information relating to any civil or administrative hearings or cases, specifically in regards to a Securities Exchange Commission federal lawsuit that was in federal court. We did receive a response 7 days later on June 16th that it was a substantial disclosure at that point, outlining the nature of the actions, including the pleadings and the dispositions for the 3 individuals that are associated with this application. The nature of which was 3 individuals, one of which was barred from serving as an officer or director of a public company, required to pay fines in the amount of $160,000, and they were also barred from trading in penny stocks and from the security industry. 2 other individuals associated with this application, one was also barred from participating in penny stocks for a period of 5 years in order to pay a fine of approximately $103,000. And another individual was ordered to pay fines in the amount of $47,000 as part of a settlement between themselves and the SEC for that federal lawsuit. It should also be noted that in the lawsuit, in the settlement, there was no admission of guilt or innocence as well.
So was there a, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this. So as part of the disposition, there was a bar against one of the individuals from participating in the securities industry indefinitely.
That is correct.
So, and that was reached in April, and then I think there was a final judgment that was entered in June. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe the settlement was, the case was filed originally April 7th. A proposed settlement was reached on April 8th, and I believe a judgment was entered in federal court on June 3rd.
Okay, and so all 3 of the individuals listed on this application as the applicants that would hold the license made additional disclosures.
That is correct.
And these were disclosures that were made after they were on the agenda initially in June, were taken off of that agenda, and then the commission affirmatively requested those disclosures or additional disclosures.
That is correct.
Did we undertake, when we got those disclosures, did we undertake a suitability review at that point in time?
There was a suitability provision in 935 CMR 500-801 that requires full disclosure, no omission or misleading facts, as basically a summary of that suitability provision. Enforcement, when requesting this information and receiving the response, we're under the impression that that suitability issue may have been triggered, but also had been cured by their full disclosure on June 16th.
Okay, but if that had been, so if it were determined that it triggered Table A, then it would have been a presumptive negative suitability determination. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I guess my concern here is the adequacy of the disclosure. I think that that's an issue. So, you know, we know that suitability is an ongoing licensing factor, and the applicant has an affirmative obligation. The applicant has the affirmative obligation to be transparent and to update their disclosures as needed, and that's ongoing from the time of the application through licensure and then beyond licensure. My concern is that, in my opinion, this set of facts should have triggered a suitability review upon the late disclosure of the details of the complaint, the settlement, and the final judgment, which had the effect of a debarment by a federal regulatory agency of an individual from professional practice. And that's something that under, again, our application, our background check narrative, right, the disclosures that applicants have to make, there are specifics in there under 101, 1B3, where they have to provide details of any civil issues. They also have to provide details if there are any professional, occupational, license, registration, certification issues. So to me, I think that that's an omission under 1B3 and is therefore a presumptive negative suitability finding under Table A. But because the suitability review didn't happen, I think what I'm faced with, and I think what we're faced with, is that all that is in front of us is what we have, and that suggests that at a minimum, the applicants either didn't understand or they ignored that they have this affirmative obligation to provide complete information to us, including details like debarment, as well as things like prohibitions on serving as an officer or director of a public company. And so what I'm left with, because we didn't have a suitability review, is a concern that if the applicant isn't being transparent and fully disclosing at this point in time during the licensing process, what should give us confidence that they be transparent as a licensee and that they would be compliant with regulations as a licensee? And I think that that's something that we need to consider when we're looking at this application today.
Let me ask for other comments, questions. I would come back to you, Commissioner McBride, for do you have a specific proposal to make, or are you just stating how you're thinking about your vote if we take a motion on this?
Well, right now that's how I'm thinking about the issues that we have to consider. I think that I open this. I would suggest to the chair that we open it for discussion. But if there is no further discussion, then I have some suggestions.
Okay, great. I think that was exactly what I was just suggesting, so that's fine. Thank you. Commissioner Title or Commissioner Flanagan, do you have anything to add to this topic, or Commissioner Title?
Thank you. I appreciate the staff for obtaining this documentation and the applicant for being cooperative. And I appreciate Commissioner McBride's comment as well. I just have one additional question in addition to what's been asked. So if an applicant is before us, and if we decide that based on the documentation in front of us, the applicant does not meet the standard for suitability, but we want to make sure that the applicant has every right that they're entitled to demonstrate that they are suitable, what do you think would be the best way to proceed? That's my question for Mr. Potvin, please.
I would also like to ask our general counsel if she's on to respond if she feels appropriate. But go ahead, Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Commissioner Title. Normally by the regulations and existing process, when enforcement does identify possible suitability issues that are not curable, or what we would do is institute and recommend to the executive director that it undergoes a suitability review by our suitability review committee, which is, as you know, enshrined in our regulations. That would be one route to go down, is give the applicant an opportunity to be heard at an informal hearing on suitability before the suitability review committee, especially when it comes to the nature of this, what Commissioner McBride's statement was, is that it would, it had risen to a level of presumptive negative suitability. There's obviously mitigating factors that an applicant can demonstrate to kind of relieve that the nature of, in this case, the disclosure. Again, with that being said, in this case, enforcement was under the impression that because they had then fully submitted this documentation, it was no longer a suitability issue under the table that's enshrined in 935 CMR 500-801 Table A.
Commissioner Title? I don't see our general counsel on the screen. So go ahead, Commissioner Title. Did that respond to your question? Do you have additional follow-up question? Commissioner Title?
I'm sorry, my connection was laggy. Could you repeat that?
I just wanted to, if that was responsive to your question or if you had an additional follow-up question.
No, that's responsive to my question. Thank
Okay.
you.
I see our general counsel online. Would you have anything to add to what Mr. Potvin just said in response to Commissioner Title's question? General counsel? You're on mute.
I'm having a technological issue. I'm going to get off and get back on again.
We can hear you fine if you want to just keep going. Please. I guess not. Commissioner Flannery, do you have any questions or comments?
Nothing other than that, I appreciate Commissioner McBride bringing this to our attention, and always the question of suitability is a concern. The question is legally, where do we draw that line?
Sure.
But.
Okay, Commissioner McBride, would you? You said you had a thought on alternative ways that we might proceed. I'd be interested in hearing your perspective, please.
Yeah, I mean, I would move that this be remanded for a suitability review. I mean, I take Commissioner Title's point very seriously that the applicant should be given the opportunity in light of the information to be able to explain, right, and to provide the context for it. And I do want to make sure that we are taking a balanced approach here. But
Chairman, I apologize. I'm getting a couple of different feeds.
Excuse me, General Counsel, you just interrupted Commissioner McBride. If you would let her go, please. I'll get to you in a second.
I apologize.
No problem. The technology is a challenge, so thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner McBride.
I would just be remiss if I didn't restate that the affirmative obligation here to make a disclosure is on the applicant. The affirmative obligation isn't on the commission to chase down disclosures and to make sure that they are that there is information that is already required under our regulations, that it is being provided to us. And so I think that the motion I would make would be to remand it for that suitability, but in the context of looking in given the information that has been presented here today, looking at whether this was an omission that rises to the level of there being a negative suitability.
Okay. Let me. I'm going to ask you to make such a motion in a second, but I do want to hear from the General Counsel if her technology is working.
Yes, I apologize, Chair. I had a couple of different feeds going out at the same time.
Nobody. Let me just make a blanket statement for as long as we are in this mode of operation. Nobody has to apologize for technology issues. We all have had them, and we will continue to have them. I think we're doing really well, but there are going to be some glitches from time to time. So go ahead, General Counsel.
Is the question that you're asking, Chairman, whether or not a remand would be appropriate in these circumstances?
I would like your legal opinion on that, yes.
Yes, I certainly think that the commission could vote to remand with a recommendation for additional process, and that there's an adequate basis here for doing so.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Given that, Commissioner McBride, would you like to make a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, I move that this application be remanded for suitability review as the application is not supported by sufficient and credible evidence and isn't compliance with our regulations at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Before I ask for a second, any comments or discussion of the motion that Commissioner McBride just made? And could I ask, please, go ahead, Commissioner Title.
Thank you. I'm in support of the motion, and I just want to explicitly agree that I think that perhaps both the underlying disposition of the case and disclosure are suitable. And I actually
Commissioner Tyler, maybe you shut off your video so we can hear your audio because your audio is breaking up there. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Commissioner Title, if you're still there.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
Thank you. So I was saying that I think perhaps both the lack of disclosure and the underlying disposition of the case may be suitability issues. And I also wanted to add that I don't think I agree with the idea that making the disclosures after being requested cures those issues. So I support the motion, but I just wanted to make sure I noted that.
Thank you. So you're not proposing any friendly amendment to Commissioner McBride's motion, correct?
No, I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. So let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner McBride, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote? You're on mute.
My bad. Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the motion was carried by unanimous vote of the commission. Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner McBride, for your leadership on this. I keep changing my mind in terms of how long I can last here. I think I got, a couple more in me before I need to take a break. So actually, would it be okay with my fellow commissioners if we took a 10-minute break? It's now 10 minutes of noon. Could we take a break till noon and then get back and go through the remainder of the provisional licenses and then take a slightly longer break for lunch? Would that work for everybody? But I could really at this point use a break if it's okay.
Sure.
So can we be in recess then until noon? Erica, if you could put up such a slide. Thank you. We are in recess until noon. It is noon. Commissioners Flanagan, McBride, and Teitel, are you back?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Flanagan?
Yes. Bye.
Great. Thank you. Erica, you're set as well? Erica?
Yes.
And Mr. Potvin, you ready to go again?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Okay, then we're back in session at 12 noon. The next provisional license for consideration is Apotho Therapeutics Plainville LLC, MRN 282388. Mr. Potvin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Apotho Therapeutics Plainville LLC, planning to do business as Apotho Therapeutics. The proposed location is 119 Washington Street, located in Plainville. The applicant here is seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am aware of request from Commissioners Teitel and Flanagan for additional conditions on this license application. So let me start. Commissioner Teitel. Revised diversity plan goals, including goal to intend to have at least 15.5% of yearly new hires be women, to be objectively reasonable. Second, to specify the basis for the indication that annual advertisements in the Enterprise and the Mansfield News Journal will promote diverse hiring. From Commissioner Flanagan, the request for additional condition is clarification on how a donation to the Joe Andruzzi Foundation will directly benefit residents in Mansfield, Fall River, and/or Brockton. Did I get those correct? Are there any other comments or questions on this application? Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on Apotho Therapeutics Plainville LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan and Teitel. Commissioner Teitel, could I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, could I have a second? I'm sorry, was that a second, Commissioner McBride?
Yeah, second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Teitel made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Teitel?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Apotho Therapeutics Plainville LLC, MRN 282388, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan and Teitel. Thank you very much. The next application is Atlas Marketplace and Delivery LLC, MTN 281393, which is third-party transporter. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Atlas Marketplace and Delivery LLC, planning to do business as Plymouth Armor Group. The proposed location is 14 Apollo 11 Road, Unit 2, located in Plymouth. They are seeking a third-party transportation license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am aware of a request for additional conditions from Commissioner Flanagan. Let me read them. First, clarification on professional development seminars, trainings. What are the specific topics? Second, clarification on how a donation to the ACLU will directly benefit residents of Abington, Taunton, and Brockton. Did I get that correctly, Commissioner Flanagan?
Yes.
Are there any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? All right, then can I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Atlas Marketplace and Delivery, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Could I have such a motion, Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Commissioner Teitel, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Teitel. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Teitel.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Atlas Marketplace and Delivery LLC, MTN 281393, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Next is Buddy's Ice Cream Incorporated, MBN 281755, which is a micro business, and as a result has been expedited because of type, because it's a minority-owned business, and if I'm correct, also because this is a social equity program participant. Am I correct, Mr. Potvin?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. The applicant here is Buddy's Ice Cream Incorporated, planning to do business as Holyoke Leaf. The proposed location is 63 Jackson Street, located in Holyoke. As you alluded to, this is a micro business license, and they are seeking to perform both cultivation and product manufacturing operations. Again, as you alluded to, Mr. Chairman, this is an expedited applicant for 3 separate reasons. One, because they're a social equity participant, a minority-owned business, and also because of the fact that they're seeking the micro business license type. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I believe this might be a first. I have requested additional conditions from all 3 of my fellow commissioners. Let me start with Commissioner Flanagan. Her requested condition is resubmit plan to include more than a hiring plan. From Commissioner McBride, condition that she's requested is prior to final licensure, applicant shall provide specific information on or make available for inspection the procedures referenced in the plan to restrict access to age 21 and older, section 1134. From Commissioner Title, revised diversity plan goal to increase women representation to 20% to be objectively reasonable. Do I have any other questions or comments or requests for additional conditions from my fellow commissioners on this application? Okay, then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Buddy's Ice Cream Incorporated, subject to the conditions, additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan, Title, and McBride. Commissioner Title, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Buddy's Ice Cream Incorporated, MBN 281755, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan, McBride, and Title. Thank you. The next application is Bud's Goods and Provisions Corp., MCN 282717. This is expedited because of a license type being outdoor cultivation. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Bud's Goods and Provisions Corp., formerly known as Trichome Health Corporation. The proposed location is 111 River Street, Lot C, parcel 117-0-1, located in Halifax. They are seeking a Tier 9 outdoor cultivation license, which made them available for expedited review due to the fact that they will be performing outdoor cultivation operations. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license. Any comments or questions from my fellow commissioners on this before I ask for a motion? Okay, then please could I ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Bud's Goods and Provisions Corp. Commissioner Flanagan, would you make such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Bud's Goods and Provisions Corp., MCN 282717. Thank you. Next up is, I hope I get this right, Calyx and Pistols Incorporated, MCN 281797. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Calyx and Pistols Incorporated. The proposed location is 74 College Highway, located in Southwick. They are seeking a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am aware of a request for an additional condition on this license from Commissioner Title. And her requested condition is revised diversity plan goal to hire a team of employees consisting of at least 15% women to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other comments or questions on this application before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner McBride, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Calyx and Pistols Incorporated, MCN 281797, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Title. Next up is CCC Wellfleet NV LLC, MRN 282685. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is CCC Wellfleet NV LLC. They plan to do business as Cape Cod Cannabis. Their proposed location is 1446 State Highway, Route 6, located in Wellfleet. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license, but are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? And then could I ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation, Commissioner Title?
So moved.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please, Commissioner McBride?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to CCC Wellfleet NV LLC, MRN 282685. Thank you. Next up is Cloud Cream. Can we get the next slide, please, Erica? No, not well. We could do that again, but thank you. The next up is Cloud Creamery, MPN 281412. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Cloud Creamery. The proposed location is 119 Herbert Street, located in Framingham. They are seeking a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am aware of one request for an additional condition from Commissioner McBride, which I will read. The condition is amending existing condition 5 as recommended by staff and included in the final summary. Final licensure is subject to the applicant providing commission staff upon inspection with a detailed list of all proposed products to be produced with specific information as to types, forms, and sizes of packaging, colors, and flavors. Did I get that right, Commissioner McBride?
You did. I just want to provide for licensing. The reasoning for it is that it's the standard condition that we put into
Yes.
the licenses, but this is just amended to make it specific to this particular applicant because they have particular product issues, I think, that they're going to be dealing with.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Are there other comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Flanagan, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cloud Creamery subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner McBride?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote? Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cloud Creamery MPN 281-412, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner McBride. Next up is G7 Lab LLC ILN 281334, which was expedited based upon both its license type and being a minority-owned business. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is G7 Lab LLC. The proposed location is 160 Ayer Road, Unit 3, located in Littleton. They are seeking a license as an independent testing laboratory. Again, reiterating that they are an expedited applicant and did enjoy expedited review due to the fact of seeking an independent testing laboratory license, as well as being a minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. As a note, the independent testing labs also have to provide ISO certification. This lab has not provided that at this time, and enforcement staff have recommended an additional condition that they obtain the ISO certification prior to final licensure.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. I have requests for 2 additional conditions on this license. One from Commissioner Title, which I will read. Revised diversity plan goal to achieve at least 10% of our staffing needs from women, 5%, and minorities, 5%, to be objectively reasonable. I also have requested additional conditions from Commissioner Flanagan. Resubmit plan to include more than a donation, specify which cohort you are seeking to impact, and clarification on how a donation to MRCC will directly impact the cohort. Are there other questions or comments or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I please ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan and Title. Commissioner Title, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to G7 Lab LLC ILN 281334, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan and Title. Thank you. Next up is Ganesh Wellness Incorporated, MRN 282740. This is a expedited application as well due to its status as a minority-owned business. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Ganesh Wellness Incorporated. They are proposing to do business as Campfire Cannabis. The proposed location is 238 Lafayette Road, located in Salisbury, Mass. They are seeking a retail license. Again, they are an expedited applicant due to the nature of it being a minority-owned and also a woman-owned business.
I'm sorry, I had it in my notes. Thank you for clarifying that. It was both minority and women-owned.
Additional information is also contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any requests from my fellow commissioners on for additional conditions on this license, but are there comments or questions or requests for additional conditions before I ask for a motion? Okay, then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Ganesh Wellness. Commissioner Title, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Ganesh Wellness Incorporated, MRN 282740. Thank you. Next, we have 2 applications for Green Theory Cultivation LLC, MCN 282665 and MPN 281848. I believe, again, these 2 applications were expedited due to their status as a minority-owned business. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Green Theory Cultivation LLC. The proposed location is 845 Pleasant Street, located in Lee. They are seeking 2 licenses, a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license, as well as a product manufacturing license. I also, to reiterate, yes, they were an expedited applicant and did receive expedited review due to the fact that they are a minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any conditions requested, additional conditions requested by my fellow commissioners, but are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Thank you. Then could I please ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue 2 provisional licenses to Green Theory Cultivation LLC? Could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, Commissioner McBride, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue 2 provisional licenses to Green Theory Cultivation LLC, MCN 282-665 and MPN 281-848. Thank you very much. The next application is Green Thumb Growers LLC, MBN 281692, which has been expedited due to the license type, which is a micro business. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Green Thumb Growers LLC. The proposed location is 1935 Lakeview Ave, located in Drickett. The license being sought here is a micro business license, and they do plan on performing both cultivation and product manufacturing operations. Again, to reiterate, they did receive expedited review as an expedited applicant due to the fact that they are applying for a micro business license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this application. Commissioners, are there any questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Thank you. Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Thumb Growers LLC. Commissioner Title, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Thumb Growers LLC, MBN 281692. Thank you. Next is GTE Taunton LLC, MRN 282958, which again was expedited as a minority-owned business. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is GTE Taunton LLC. The proposed location is 295 Broadway Street, located in Taunton. They are seeking a retail license. Again, to reiterate, they are an expedited applicant due to being a minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request for additional condition on this application from Commissioner Flanagan, which is, quote, clarification on how a donation to SAFE will directly impact residents of Taunton and Mansfield. Are there any other questions or comments or proposed conditions on this application? Then please could I ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue provisional license to GT Taunton LLC subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner McBride?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, Commissioner Title?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to GT Taunton LLC, MRN 282958, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Next up is High Five Incorporated, MCN 282478. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is High Five Incorporated. The proposed location is 19 Wamelco Way, located in East Hampton. They are seeking a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request from Commissioner Tito for an additional condition on this license. Quote, revised diversity plan goal to employ 20% or more women and or veterans in retail and management positions to be clearer and objectively reasonable. Additionally, explain how retail positions are relevant to a cultivation license and specify the basis for the indication that annual advertisements in the Athol Daily News and the Greenfield Recorder are a way to recruit women and veterans. Did I get that correct, Commissioner Tito?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? And then could I ask Commissioner Flanagan, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to High Five Incorporated subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Tito?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tito?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to High Five Incorporated MCN 282478, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Tito. Thank you. Next, we have two applications, excuse me, from High Purpose Corporation, MCN 281756 and MPN 281514. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Higher Purpose Corporation. The proposed location is 815 Pleasant Street, located in Lee. They are seeking two licenses, a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license, as well as a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of two provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I have a request for an additional condition from Commissioner Flanagan. And Commissioner Flanagan, it's my understanding that you would like this condition imposed on both of these applications. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So the proposed condition from Commissioner Flanagan is clarification on involvement with Holyoke Community College intern program. Are there any other questions or comments or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then Commissioner Flanagan, could I ask for a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue two provisional licenses to Higher Purpose Corporation, both subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Tito, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Tito. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tito?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue provisional licenses to Higher Purpose Corporation, Higher Purpose Corporation, excuse me, MCN 281756 and MPN 281514, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Thank you. Let's move on. Can we get the next slide, please, Erica? Thank you. The next application is Humboldt East LLC, MPN 281679. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Humboldt East LLC. The proposed location is 2 Norino Way, located in Georgetown. They are seeking a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request for an additional condition from Commissioner Tito, which is, quote, revised diversity plan to seek to hire 20% or more from various groups, including women, to be objectively reasonable. Are there any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? And could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Humboldt East LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Tito? Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Tito?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner McBride?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Tito and seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tito?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Humboldt East LLC, MPN 281679, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Title. Next up is INSA Incorporated, MRN 282632. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is INSA or INSA Inc. Incorporated. The proposed location is 1200 West Columbus Avenue, located in Springfield. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request on this license application from Commissioner Flanagan for an additional condition, actually two. One, resubmit list of organizations INSA will be donating to, excluding C3RN. And second, clarification on how each donation will directly impact residents of Springfield and Lynn. Are there any other requests for conditions or questions or comments on this application? Then Commissioner McBride, could I ask you please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to INSA Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Title?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to INSA Incorporated, MRN 282632, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Next is J&L Enterprises Incorporated, MCN 282392. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is J&L Enterprises Incorporated. The proposed location is 104 Governor Dukakis Drive, located in Orange. The license being sought is a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license. There's additional information contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request for an additional condition on this license from Commissioner Title. Quote, revised diversity plan goal to employ 20% or more women or veterans in retail and management positions to be clearer and objectively reasonable. Explain how retail positions are relevant in a cultivation license and specify the basis. And specify the basis for the indication that annual advertisements in the Athol Daily News and the Greenfield Reporter are a way to recruit women and veterans. Are there any other requests for conditions or comments or questions on this application? Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation for issuing a provisional license to J&L Enterprises Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, can I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to J&L Enterprises Incorporated, MCN 282392, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Title. Next, we have three applications from KRD Growers Incorporated. Are these I believe these are co-located from my notes, but double checking, Mr. Potvin?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll consider them together. So the three applications from KRD Growers Incorporated are MCN 282173, MPN 281683, and MRN 282670. Mr. Potvin.
Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is KRD Growers LLC. The proposed location is 89 Parker Street, located in Clinton. They are seeking three provisional licenses: a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license, product manufacturing license, and a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of three provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have a request for condition on these licenses from Commissioner Flanagan. And again, Commissioner Flanagan, my understanding is you would like these conditions applied to all three of these license applications. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan are: first, resubmit plan to include more than a donation, and 2, clarification on how a donation to Cultivated will directly benefit residents in Worcester. Are there any other questions or comments or proposed conditions on these licenses? Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the 3 license applications for KRD Growers Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner McBride, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Tittle, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Tittle. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue 3 provisional licenses to KRD Growers Incorporated, MCN 282173, MPN 281683, MRN 282670, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Next up are 2 applications from Mainly Productions LLC, MCN 281899, MPN 281751. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Mainly Productions LLC, proposing to do business as Sky High. The proposed location is 600 Douglas Street, Suite 600, located in Uxbridge. They are seeking a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license as well as a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm aware of 1 request for an additional condition from Commissioner Flanagan, which is, quote, resubmit plan to include more than hiring. And Commissioner Flanagan, I'm sorry to keep doing this, but I presume you want that condition applied to both of these license applications?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any other requests for conditions or questions or comments on these applications? Then Commissioner Flanagan, could I ask you please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue 2 provisional licenses to Mainly Productions LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Can I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Tittle, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Tittle. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue provisional licenses to Mainly Productions LLC, MCN 281899 and MPN 281751, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Thank you. Next up is MedMen Boston LLC, MRN 282091. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is MedMen Boston LLC. The proposed location is 120 Brookline Avenue, located in Boston. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have requests for additional conditions from both Commissioners McBride and Flanagan, as well as Commissioner Tittle has requested an opportunity to comment on this application. So let me start with the conditions first. From Commissioner Flanagan, clarification on how a donation to Cultivated will directly benefit members from the chosen cohort in the city of Boston. Commissioner McBride's request for an additional condition is, quote, prior to final licensure and at the earliest reasonable time, the applicant shall provide a list of the names and titles or affiliations of the current executives and board members of parent company MM Enterprises USA LLC, and shall update the list to maintain the most current active executives and board members. Did I get those right, Commissioner Flanagan and Commissioner McBride?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And then I'll ask for other comments afterwards, but Commissioner Tittle, you had requested an opportunity to comment on this application.
Thanks. I'm going to leave my camera off because of my connection, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay. So I feel we're missing information here, specifically because we are charged with creating an inclusive industry, and because we are charged with making a positive impact on disproportionately harmed communities, and because we have not had an application before us with a pattern of allegations of past practices like this, which I can go into, I would need a conversation or a statement that addresses these concerns. So if there were past practices that were problematic, how are they changing moving forward? What are the verifiable steps they are taking internally to minimize the chances of seeing anything similar in Massachusetts? What are the leadership changes, to Commissioner McBride's point with her condition? And I would want that not from a lawyer or a lobbyist or a consultant, but directly from the CEO or whoever is in charge of these steps. And I lastly want to acknowledge that there are some very good things in this application. So it's very possible that they are making changes to address the allegations. We did get a very short memo about changes that were made in leadership a few months ago. But if that's the case, we just don't have the information to determine, in my opinion, that this applicant is suitable for licensure. I would need more explicit information, and with the understanding that if this is a business that is going to operate in Massachusetts, this may be a need for an ongoing conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan or Commissioner McBride, I would like to comment, but I'll give you guys the opportunity first, please.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
While I appreciate the positive impact plan that this applicant is putting forward, I want to let them know that I look forward to seeing what their update is at renewal. Given the large amount of dollars that is being suggested that they're going to put into a program, I'm really expecting that there's going to be a drastic positive impact in the communities that they're looking to serve. I think it's important that when a large entity comes into Massachusetts, that they understand what the expectations are here, and that the real effect of a positive impact plan should be felt by the people of the community they're looking to serve, not simply writing a check to an entity and seeing what happens. So while I appreciate the positive impact plan, I'm really looking forward to see what their update is at renewal.
Thank you, Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner McBride?
I just want to state my full support for the comments of Commissioner Flanagan and Commissioner Title.
Okay. Yeah, this will be, I think, an interesting vote. My perspective on this is that while I have some issues with this company, I do not see a legal basis for us to deny their application. I don't believe it is within our authority if we don't like individuals that are applying, or we have some concerns about culture. I don't believe, while those I think are very valid concerns, and I'm not diminishing or demeaning them whatsoever, my personal opinion is that I do not believe we have a basis to deny an application based upon that. So I will vote for this, but let me, unless there are further comments, let me ask for a motion on this application. Can I have a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to MedMen Boston LLC, MRN 282091, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Flanagan and McBride. Could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner McBride?
So moved.
Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Title?
No.
Okay, then I think it's legal for me to second this motion, so I will second the motion. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Hoffman. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Sorry, aye.
Aye. Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
No.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to MedMen Boston LLC, MRN 282091 by a vote of 3 in favor, Commissioners Flanagan, McBride, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Title voting no. Thank you. Next up is Neomat LLC, MCN 282693. This is an expedited application, both because of license type being outdoor cultivation, as well as a woman-owned business. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Neomat LLC. The proposed location is 290 Millville Road, located in Uxbridge. They are seeking a Tier 9 outdoor cultivation license. Again, to reiterate, they are an expedited applicant due to the fact of applying for an outdoor cultivation license, as well as being a woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license. Are there comments or questions or requests for additional conditions from my fellow commissioners on this? Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Neomat LLC? I'm sorry, Mr. Potvin, can you help me with the pronunciation here? Is it Neomat or Neomat? Are you aware?
I'm not 100% sure, Mr. Chairman. I've been calling it Neomat.
Well, my apologies if that's incorrect, but thank you. Can I have a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Neomat? Commissioner Flanagan?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, Commissioner McBride?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Teitel?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Neomat LLC, MCN 282693. Thank you. We've got about 15, maybe a few less to go. Is everybody on the commission okay if we just go through these and then we'll take maybe a half-hour lunch break? Is that okay with the commission?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Potvin, it's okay with you?
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's keep going. We now have 2 applications for New England Craft Cultivators LLC. I presume there's both retail, so they're separate locations. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so let's do double E, New England Craft Cultivators LLC, MRN 283367. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is New England Craft Cultivators LLC.
Go ahead.
The proposed location is 112-114 Main Street, Unit 1, located in Pepperell. They are seeking a retail license. They are an expedited applicant based on the fact that they're a minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any conditions that are being requested on this license, but Commissioner Flanagan has requested an opportunity to comment on this license. Commissioner Flanagan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to state the fact that while this positive impact plan actually meets the requirements, I think that there are various components of this that I'm not exactly impressed with, and I think that things such as corporate responsibility and creating a diverse workplace just go hand in hand with creating a good business and a community. I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to be presented to us at renewal should they be given a license, because I think while parts of this you can commend because of what they're trying to do with the workforce, I just feel as though they were trying to say that they're going to run a good business, which is what the expectations of this body is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So there's no additional condition that you're requesting, however, on this license, Commissioner Flanagan, is that correct?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Commissioners Teitel and McBride, are there comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions on this license application?
No.
Then could I please ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to New England Craft Cultivators LLC, MRN 283367. Commissioner Teitel, can I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Teitel made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Teitel?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to New England Craft Cultivators LLC, MRN 283367. Next up, Mr. Potvin, also from New England Craft Cultivators LLC, MRN 283416. Mr. Potvin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the applicant here is New England Craft Cultivators LLC. The proposed location is 61 Silver Lane, second floor, located in Dracut. The license type being sought here, again, is a retail license. Also, again, they are an expedited applicant due to being a minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Commissioner Flanagan, do you wish to comment on this as well, or just carry over your comment from the previous application?
carry over my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on this application? Then Commissioner Tao, could I ask you please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to New England Craft Cultivators LLC MRN 283416?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to New England Craft Cultivators LLC, MRN 283416. Thank you. Next is NSAJO Holdings Incorporated, MRN 283095. This was a priority application given the applicant status as an MTC. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is NSAJO Holdings Incorporated. They are planning to do business as Natural Selections. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any conditions being requested on this application. Are there comments or questions from my fellow commissioners? Then could I ask Commissioner McBride, could you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to NSAJO Holdings Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask for a second, Commissioner Title?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to NSAJO Holdings Incorporated, MRN 283095. Thank you. Next up is Pleasant Hill Growers LLC, MBN 281781. This has been an expedited application process given the license type, which is micro business, and the fact that it is a women-owned business. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Pleasant Hill Growers LLC. The proposed location is 701 Pleasant Street, located in Dunstable. They are seeking a micro business license and seeking to only perform cultivation operations at this time. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license. Are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Then could I please ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pleasant Hill Growers LLC? Commissioner Flanagan, could I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pleasant Hill Growers LLC, MBN 281781. Thank you. Next is Solar Therapeutics Incorporated, MRN 282948. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Solar Therapeutics Incorporated. The proposed location is 1735 Fall River Avenue, located in Seekonk. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any conditions being requested by commissioners on this. Additional conditions. Are there any comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Okay, thank you. Could I ask, please, Commissioner Title, for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Solar Therapeutics Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Could I ask for a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Solar Therapeutics Incorporated, MRN 282948. Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Potvin is South Coast Apothecary, LLC, MRN 283075. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is South Coast Apothecary, LLC, proposing to do business as Ascend. The proposed location is 115 Cogshell Street, located in New Bedford. They are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license. Are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner McBride, could I ask for a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to South Coast Apothecary, LLC?
So
Thank you. Commissioner Tito, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Tito. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Commissioner McBride?
aye.
Commissioner Tito?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to South Coast Apothecary LLC, MRN 283075, by a vote of 3 in favor, Commissioners McBride, Tito, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Flanagan abstaining. Thank you. Next up, Team Green LLC, MRN 281281. This is a priority application due to the applicant's status as an economic empowerment applicant. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Team Green LLC. They are proposing to do business as Green Life. The proposed location is 1292 Blue Hill Avenue, located in Boston. They are seeking a retail license. Again, this applicant did receive priority review due to qualifying as an economic empowerment applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional requests for conditions on this application. Are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Tito, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Team Green LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have put a period there at the end of my statement, or a question mark. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Tito made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tito?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Team Green LLC, MRN 281281. Congratulations. Good luck. The next applicant is the Holistic Concepts Incorporated, MRN 283012. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is the Holistic Concepts Incorporated. The proposed location is 1915 Main Street, located in Brockton. They are seeking a retail license. This applicant did receive expedited review due to being a social equity participant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any conditions requested on this application, but are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Okay, can I please ask Commissioner McBride for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the Holistic Concepts Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Tyler, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Tittle. Excuse me, Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Tittle?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to the Holistic Concepts Incorporated, MRN 283012. Thank you. We have 3 applications, Mr. Potvin, from Turning Leaf Centers, Otis, co-located, if I'm correct.
That is correct.
So let's treat them as one group. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Turning Leaf Centers, Otis. The proposed location is 1570 North Main Road located in Otis, Mass. They are seeking 3 licenses, a Tier 7 indoor cultivation license, product manufacturing license, and a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of 3 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any conditions being requested on these 3 license applications, but are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Okay, Commissioner McBride, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation, issue 3 provisional licenses to Turning Leaf Centers, Otis, if you would?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a 3 provisional licenses to Turning Leaf Centers, Otis, MCN 282-213, MPN 281-704, MRN 282-126. Thank you very much. Can we get the next slide, please, Erica? Thank you. The next application is Uma Flowers LLC, MRN 283-143. This is expedited both as a women-owned and a minority-owned business. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Uma Flowers LLC. The proposed location is 2 Tarbell Street, located in Pepperell, Mass. The license being sought here is a retail license. Again, they did receive expedited review due to being a minority-owned and a woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any additional conditions being requested on this license. Are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Okay, then could I ask Commissioner McBride, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Uma Flowers LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Uma Flowers LLC, MRN 283-143. Thank you. Next up is, again, I'll ask for your help, Mr. Potvin, on pronunciation. Vedi or Vedi Naturals, are you?
I've been calling it Vedi Naturals.
Okay, well, again, my apology to the applicants if I got that wrong. Vedi Naturals LLC, MRN 283056, Mr. Potvin. Oh, excuse me, this is expedited based upon being a minority-owned business. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Vedi Naturals LLC. The proposed location is 505 Boston Post Road West, Unit F and G, located in Marlborough. They are seeking a retail license. Again, they are an expedited applicant due to being a minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request for an additional condition from Commissioner Flanagan on this application. Quote, clarification on how a donation from Cultivated will directly benefit residents in Worcester. Are there any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask please for a motion, Commissioner Title, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Vedi Naturals LLC subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. Could I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Vedi Naturals LLC, MRN 283056, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Flanagan. The next application, the penultimate application for today is Western Front LLC, MRN 283179. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Western Front LLC. Their proposed location is 567-569 Massachusetts Avenue, located in Cambridge. The license being sought here is a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any conditions or requests for additional conditions on this license. Are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Okay, then Commissioner Title, could I ask you for a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Western Front LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner McBride, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show that the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Western Front LLC, MRN 283179 Retail. Next up is ZNT Incorporated, MRN 283213. This was expedited given the status as a minority-owned business. Mr. Potvin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is ZNT Incorporated. The proposed location is 93 Davis Street, located in Douglas, Mass. They are seeking a retail license. Again, they did receive expedited review as they are a minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any additional conditions being requested on this license. Are there comments or questions before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner McBride, could I ask you for a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to ZNT Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, could I ask you for a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner McBride, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to ZNT Incorporated, MRN 283213. Thank you. Mr. Potvin, that is the end of the list as far as I am aware. Are there other applications for our consideration?
No, Mr. Chairman, but I'd like to take the opportunity to again share my gratitude and appreciation not only to the licensing staff, but also to enforcement investigators and compliance officers. As I believe the executive director or you or both of you noted earlier today, this was the biggest number of final licenses being proposed for a single meeting, which was the result of numerous inspections over the last month or two, and the drafting of a lot of inspection reports. And I think they've just done an incredible job, and I just want to show my appreciation and all of enforcement's appreciation to their hard work.
Thank you for that, Mr. Potvin. I certainly share those sentiments. Any other comments before I suggest we take a short lunch break? Would it be okay? It's according to my computer, it's 1:08 p.m. Given that we got started late, would a recess till 1:30 be sufficient for everybody to grab a quick bite, or would people like a little more time than that?
We do 1:45.
1:45 it is, unless is that okay with Commissioners Title and Flanagan?
Sure.
Okay, then thank you. We are in recess till 1:45 p.m. Thank you.
Fine.
Okay, I can see Commissioners Title, Flanagan, and McBride. Erica, are you back? Mr. Executive Director, are you back? Can we get started, please?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Okay, we're back in session. It's 1:45 p.m. We are now in the section of the agenda about commission discussion and votes. But before we do get into that, Commissioner Title is going to make a motion with respect to MedMen. Before I ask her to make that motion, however, I would like to actually clarify some comments that I made on this during the discussion on MedMen. I was just thinking when I was eating my lunch, I don't think I was particularly clear. What I did say is that, I didn't think that not liking an individual or not thinking their culture was appropriate was not a basis for us to legally deny a license application. I was speaking explicitly about my own feelings on that topic. I did tell Commissioner Title that I supported her concerns, or I shared her concerns. So when I said that I didn't think not liking somebody was a basis for denying a license application, I was speaking solely of my own feelings. And as I was thinking about it and reflecting it over lunch, I realized that didn't come across. So I apologize for any confusion or lack of clarity in my remarks. Secondly, on MedMen, Commissioner Title would like to make a motion, which I'd like her to go ahead and do, and then I'll ask for a second and a vote on the motion. Commissioner Title.
Thank you. I'm going to try to do this with camera. I have kicked everyone in my house off of video calls and Minecraft, respectively, so hopefully the connection will be a little bit better. Thank you for accommodating my procedural request. Mr. Chairman, I would like to move to reopen MedMen for the purpose of proposing a condition similar to what I mentioned earlier. I'm still going to vote the same way, but I would like the opportunity to propose a condition, especially because I missed earlier that people said that they agreed with the concerns. And I think that a condition is better than not addressing it at all. So with that, I would like to move to reopen MedMen, please.
Thank you. Can I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner McBride. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to reopen, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
No.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the motion was carried by a vote of 3 in favor, Commissioners McBride, Title, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Flanagan voting no. Procedurally, Commissioner Title, you asked to reopen this. Can you state the action and motion that you're looking for us to discuss and evaluate and vote on?
I'm sorry, it broke up. Could you repeat that?
So you asked, and we voted in favor of reopening the discussion. So can I ask you please to raise the issues, and if you have a motion that you would like to make to mention that as well, please?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so the motion will be to approve the license with a proposed condition. I am open to revisions on the condition. The condition is going to refer to a pattern of allegations of misconduct. So let me state for the record specifically what that pattern includes. At least one employee lawsuit alleging labor law violations, at least one lawsuit alleging derogatory language about Black people, LGBTQ people, overweight people, and women, alleged breach of fiduciary duties, and public removal from a trade association over allegations of discriminatory behavior. The motion is a condition to require, the motion is to approve the license with a condition to require a statement from company leadership responding to a pattern of allegations of misconduct and steps the company will take toward preventing that pattern from continuing in Massachusetts.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner Title. Before I ask for a second of Commissioner Title's motion, do I have any questions or comments from Commissioners McBride or Flanagan? Okay, could you do me a favor?
Who do we consider leadership?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner McBride.
I just wanted, we consider leadership. We're looking at a statement from like the CEO, a statement from the board. Who's leadership in this context?
I'm okay with leaving it open because I would accept it from any of them, but I'm also open to specifying it further.
Yeah, I apologize for being off screen. I'm just looking for my notes, so give me a second here, please. What's so funny? I have a lot of paper around me. Okay, got it. Thank you. So, Commissioner Title, would you please, I'm sorry for that, would you please make your motion again explicitly as you can?
Yes. I'm sorry, can I just ask Commissioner McBride if she has a preference between CEO or company leadership?
Sure.
I don't have a preference. I wanted to make sure that I sort of understood what we were asking.
So, Commissioner
I moved to approve the license with a condition to require a statement from company leadership responding to a pattern of allegations of misconduct and steps the company will take toward preventing that pattern from continuing in Massachusetts.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Flanagan.
because this wasn't done in the initial vote that we took, the condition that I placed upon this company now has to be reconsidered.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. I knew that. So the motion, let me offer a friendly amendment, Commissioner Title, which is to take your motion and to ask that the motion also includes the conditions requested on this license from Commissioners Flanagan and McBride.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. So the motion is to approve the license with the condition I just read and the conditions from Commissioners Flanagan and McBride.
Thank you. Can I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Let the record show Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Yes.
Commissioner McBride?
Yes.
Commissioner Title?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Hoffman, yes. Let the record show that the commission approved the motion on a vote of 3 in favor. Commissioners Flanagan, McBride, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Title voting nay. Thank you very much. Let us move on. We are now in the last section of the agenda, which is commission discussion and votes. There are 4 topics for discussion. Can we get the next slide, please? Thank you, Erica. The first topic for discussion and vote is an issue with respect to Middlesex Integrated Medicine. Mr. Executive Director or Mr. Potvin, who would like to lead this part of the conversation?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Go ahead.
So before you is a motion and an entity for consideration relative to a condition that was previously placed on this entity back in March. Excuse me as I just pull up my notes here. Ultimately, what it boils down to is the condition placed was that in the past, a vertically integrated medical marijuana treatment center would have all elements of their facility complete for consideration prior to commence operations and also prior to final license, such that the commission could inspect all those facilities. Historically, that's not always been the case. There's been a concept of a partial FCR, so to speak. What we've done now to accommodate those legacy licensees is place conditions on their final license that they complete their inspections, their completion of their dispensaries within a certain prescribed time frame, typically between 120 and 150 days, and that's usually in consultation with the licensee directly. Given the nature of the world we live in, this condition was placed in March. Of course, since then, a lot of things have changed, including the ability to construct a facility. So what we're proposing today is that this condition that was previously placed for the time frame be extended in light of the fact that they were not able to complete that construction within the time frame. I can say with certainty, this is first off the only licensee that this condition would apply to, and there are no other licensees similarly situated to Middlesex Integrated Medicine, and that the facility is complete currently and ready for inspection. So there's confidence that that September 1st timeframe that's proposed can in fact be met. But obviously, between myself and Kyle, we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. That seems quite reasonable to me. Before I ask you to request a specific motion, are there questions or comments from my fellow commissioners? Then, Mr. Executive Director, would you mind reading explicitly the motion that you would like to be made by one of the commissioners?
Sure. So it's the motion would be pursuant to the March 5th, 2020 Commission decision on final licensure. The licensee was required to complete all construction and build out of its dispensary facility, obtain a certificate of occupancy for the dispensary, and complete all required inspections of the dispensary within 120 days of the issuance of final license. The Commission now modifies that condition herein and requires that the licensee complete all construction and build out of its dispensary facility, obtain a certificate of occupancy for the dispensary, and complete all required inspections of the dispensary by September 1st, 2020. If they're unable to comply with these requirements by September 1st due to additional unforeseen circumstances related to the current state of emergency, the Executive Director may reasonably extend this date upon notification to the Commission.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Before I ask for somebody to make that motion, are there any questions or requests for clarification? Then could I ask one of my fellow commissioners, please, to make the motion that Mr. Executive Director just articulated?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Okay, thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Title made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Flanagan. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride.
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission unanimously approve the motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. Second topic for this Commission discussion and votes is metric guidance. I think you're still on the hook, Mr. Executive Director, if I'm correct.
I believe that I am. So before you for your consideration is a revised seed to sale guidance. We began this process back, I believe, in January of 2020 alongside our seed to sale system of record metric. Following a presentation to the Commission, this draft document was released to the public for comment as well as additional stakeholder engagement. In that exercise, we received 83 unique comments. Largely from industry operators and folks, licensees, I should say. There was a lot of overlap amongst that comment, but there were a number of themes that were developed. By and large, those comments were incorporated as they were mostly technical and ministerial changes or adjustments that were offered. However, there have been a few changes I just wanted to highlight for the Commission as you'll see them in the document. There's clarification on the definition of what a harvest batch is. That includes harvest as well as post-harvest batch. The significance is really, I'll get to, but it's really around testing batches and the size of the testing batch. We also discussed and made a clarification relative to the creation of a waste feature to track returns and waste products at the retail level. That's some functionality we worked with Metric on. Clarification of the definition of growth phases, separating testing and remediation, which is now proposed to be included in the Commission's testing protocol, which friendly reminder is currently out for public comment, and folks are encouraged to review that to ensure clarity and consistency between these two documents, as well as configuration changes that are necessary to ensure regulatory expectations are met. And again, I would, as a caveat, this document, although before you for consideration today, given the regulatory matters that are currently pending, would also be subject to change in accordance with that. One of the biggest items that I would be remiss if I didn't address directly is the testing batch size. As currently situated, it is at 10 pounds. This proposal is to advance it or increase it to 15 pounds for a test package of cured and dried flower. Again, as I mentioned earlier, harvest versus post-harvest batch, that's where it's significant. This requires that one test sample package must be created for every 15 pounds of flower versus the current exercise of 10 pounds. So as an example, a post-harvest batch of 100 pounds would now require 7 separate test packages. Under our existing guidance, the same 100-pound test harvest batch, post-harvest batch would require 10 packages. Again, as I mentioned, this is a draft before you for your consideration. As it is guidance, it is flexible and fluid, but as the regulations themselves are also subject to change, we would anticipate the same exercise when and if those regulations are adopted. But happy to take any questions you may have, and of course, I'm sure Chief GB is on as well. If there's something I'm not able to answer, I'm sure he'll be able to.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Are there questions for the Executive Director or Mr. GB on this topic? Commissioner Title.
I want to thank the staff for their work on this. I don't know if other people agree, but if it's possible to have a little more time with the document, perhaps until our next meeting, I'd like to request that, just because I know these changes were really important to industry, and a lot of those, the changes that have been made already, I think were very thoughtful and responsive. But the comments that I saw were mostly pre-COVID, so I'd just like to be sensitive to the feedback and have another opportunity for perhaps meeting and discussion on this version, if possible.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to solicit comments on that from Commissioners Flanagan and McBride, but also Mr. Executive Director. Are there consequences to deferring this till our next meeting from your perspective?
There are not. Our current guidance would still be in effect.
Thank you very much. Commissioners McBride or Flanagan, do you have any objections to Commissioner Title's request?
I think we should vote on it today.
Yeah. Commissioner McBride?
I tend to agree with that, just because I know that this has been something that's been in the works for a while. I know that the executive director referenced January, but I believe that it actually even predates January, some of the work that has been done on this. So I'm prepared to vote on it today, but you know, obviously accept whatever the vote of the commission is.
Okay. Then I guess let's do this in two parts if this works. Commissioner Title, can you start by making a motion that we defer consideration of this till the next meeting, and then depending on how that comes, we'll actually take a vote or not on the actual document? Or do you want to just have a vote on the document?
If there's no consensus on that, I don't need to make a motion.
Okay. I'm sorry, say that again, please.
I said if there's no consensus on that, I don't need to make a motion. It's fine.
Okay. And I appreciate that. Then I will ask for a motion to therefore approve the metric guidance in its current state. Can I ask please for that motion?
So moved.
Can I have a second, please?
Second.
So just to make sure I have it right, Commissioner Flanagan made the motion, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you very much. The next topic on the agenda is social equity program, and we agreed at our last meeting. I committed at our last meeting to put this on the agenda today. I'm going to break with my norm. I have a few comments that I would like to make to try to frame this discussion. And after I finish, of course, I welcome my fellow commissioners to comment as well. But I do feel obligated to make a few comments, as said, in introducing this topic. It has somehow become conventional wisdom that the social equity program is underfunded. Several of the speakers at our public hearing on Monday made this claim, stated as a fact, not as an opinion. I find this deeply troubling on many levels. First, the conclusion that the program is underfunded seems to be based on one line item in our budget that accounts for a fraction of our spending on this program. That line item represents our spending on vendors and venues, and it has been flat at $300,000 for each of the past 3 years. That does not include salaries for people dedicated to the program, nor does it include allocation of partial salaries of the many people in the agency who have contributed to this program, including legal, licensing and enforcement, communications, and each of my fellow commissioners who have both taught at these programs and have met on many occasions with social equity program participants. It does not include out-of-pocket spending that is accounted for in other line items for things like office supplies. Yes, the participants in the first cohort did have binders, and media as well. I have said before, but it bears repeating, that social equity is a priority and responsibility for everybody in the agency. It is in our mission statement. For many, if not most, it is a large part of the reason that people have chosen to work in our agency. Secondly, I want to point out the social equity program is an important part, but by no means all that we do or invest to meet our social justice mandate. Expedited applications, reduced application and license fees, exclusivity for certain categories of licenses, pre-certification for delivery, equity guidance for municipalities, all of those represent actions and investments that we have made to promote equity in the industry. Finally, for all the statements that I have heard about that the social equity program is underfunded, I have not heard what it is that we could or should be doing that we're not. I look at the objective facts and see impressive results. 120 successfully through our first cohort, 53 social, I think it was 52 in the executive director report. 52 social equity program participants are in our licensing pipeline. Positive feedback from participants in the first cohort. I believe 280 people in our second cohort. There are some substantive changes in our second cohort based upon learning in the first cohort, but improvements in course quality and consistency, a learning management system. The adaptation to remote learning, as far as I can tell, has been done seamlessly by our staff, and my thanks and congratulations on that. So when I look at this, I do not see a broken or underperforming program. Like everything else that we do, we will continue to listen, learn, evolve, and improve. And today's discussion is an important part of that process. At the Commission's request, staff has pulled together an analysis of the program to date, incorporating feedback and research into our first cohort. I'd like to thank Chief of Staff Shabelli, Alyssa Flores, and our Director of Research, Dr. Johnson, for their great work in providing a fact-based foundation for our discussion today. This will be a two-step process. Today, I am hopeful that we will discuss and reach alignment on specific objectives and success metrics for the program. Next month, based upon where we get to today, I will ask for staff recommendations on changes, including increased or reallocated funding, if appropriate, to ensure that we will reach our objectives. Thank you for that opportunity to speak. Let me again offer the same opportunity to each of my fellow commissioners before we get into the conversation.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Flanagan, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the social equity program today and what we as a commission can do to ensure that it's geographically inclusive, that it is fulfilling the mission that we want it to fulfill, and that more importantly, it's actually having an impact on people throughout Massachusetts. I think it's important to understand sort of where we are with this. And, you know, I appreciate the articles that have been done. I appreciate the commentary that we've received. But I think we really need to take a look at this from the perspective of where we were 3 years ago with 5 people in 5 cubicles and no funding, to where we are today, being forced to work from home due to a global pandemic that we're facing. For me, it's important that we manage expectations with the social equity program. The program is intended to help people and to gain the knowledge and skills so that they may be able to enter this industry. And that's on various levels, which is why we have various tracks. But I think there's some things that I feel are being lost in the narrative, and it's not politically popular. It's not going to create a headline. It's not a great 30-second soundbite. But the reality is that this is still federally illegal. This substance is federally illegal, which in and of itself brings obstacles to it. First and foremost is funding. And I think that's an important part of this for people to understand. The second is that this is a regulated industry. So while we can do many of the things that you talked about, whether it's reduce fees or give them expedited review, The reality is that there is a process that needs to be followed to get into an industry. And that's something that we can only go so far on, but we can't just eliminate the regulations and the process for people to be able to enter this industry. The third, I think, is the most important, and I really hope that, even as staff puts together their recommendations of what they feel is important for us to do moving forward, is that the Cannabis Control Commission has to work with the funding that we have. You're right in saying that we have many staff that work on this program who have salaries that are being paid out of our operating budget. It's right to talk about the fact that we had to pay for venues, and we have to get people to where they are, and the office supplies and such. But the reality is that each and every year when we request money for our budget for an agency, then we have to determine how that money is spent, what the needs are at that time, and what we need going forward. This is a multi-year process, and it's not something I think that's going to be fixed within 12 months. Certainly, we're going to have budget issues going forward. The entire state of Massachusetts is going to have budget issues going forward, which is exactly what the executive director talked about in the beginning of our meeting. We were asked for goals, strategy, and metrics. And I think the goals that I have for this program is that we are geographically inclusive. I think it's important that people west of 495 and people west of Worcester are able to participate in this program, which means that we maybe have to figure out ways to conduct these classes virtually and not have people driving from the Berkshires to Boston or having to drive them to Metro West, because that is a hardship for many people. There's not a lot of transportation throughout the Commonwealth, which has been a major theme for years. And I really hope that what we're doing is that we're including the entire Commonwealth and not just the eastern part of it. I also think that our outreach, we need to meet people where they're at. It's important for us to really take stock of some of the non-mainstream media that people who participate in this program may be looking at. Not everyone is reading the major newspapers. Not everyone is going into town hall. There are other ways that people get their information, and I think we need to really take stock in that and try to incorporate that into our outreach. A lot of things can happen virtually these days. We have possible interns that you can have who are great with social media. They're great with graphic design. Take some of those opportunities to really try to incorporate that into our plans so that we're able to reach as many people as possible. When it comes to programming, I really think that we need to have a general session for all tracks on the roles that city government plays in licensing cannabis, the role the state government plays in licensing cannabis, because I really think there's becoming a confusion. Time and time again, this agency is blamed for problems with the HCAs. And while I can understand that there's difficulties in that, the Commonwealth has no role in that. Until things are changed on Beacon Hill, this is the way it is, and this is the way we have to operate. And so I really think a better understanding for people and for the general public would be helpful for them going forward. I also think that it's important when it comes to metrics that we know where people are once they've graduated this program. Have they entered the industry? Did they obtain a job? Are they in management? Are they opening their own establishment and they're getting licensed? We want to make sure that we're able to have that feedback, because the one thing I would hate to see is for us to put time and resources into this programming and then find that there's little involvement afterwards. And speaking of all of that, I think it's important that we have networking opportunities for our participants. There's something to be said for sitting through a course, but there's also something to be said for networking and learning from people who are already in the business, those who may have gone before them, people who have understand the difficulties and really want to help those that are going to be becoming after them. For me, it's important that this program succeeds. I think that over the last 3 years, this agency has focused mostly on equity. I think that at times, it's been frustrating to me that I've had to remind people that there are health consequences and public safety consequences to what we're doing as well, and that it's not all about equity. And so I hope that as we move forward, people understand is that equity is a major part of our mission, but at the same time, it means that we also have a responsibility to do the best that we can with what we have. I'm proud of the work that this commission has done for the equity participants. I really feel as though we can get some more information from participants as they graduate the cohorts. I was really disappointed and the lack of information that we have from the first cohort. And I don't know if that's due to people running the program just didn't ask the questions or it wasn't documented. But I think that we really could have gotten some more information from that first cohort that more so than I liked the course or I liked the course instructor. I think for us, we really need to dive deep into what exactly people are looking to learn. At the same time, I think it's important that we also take a look at the courses and see if those are appropriate, see if they're actually being effective for the people that are participating in this program, and make sure that the courses are at the level that they're at because they're new to this industry. You know, I know for a fact when I got into this 3 years ago, there's a lot of things that I didn't know that took a long time and a lot of effort to understand. And I'm assuming the same thing's true for people who wanna be part of this industry. So hopefully I'll be able to work with staff moving forward to really talk about the details as we reimagine this operation and this department within our agency. But at the same time, I'm going to be very honest with people and that this takes time. And I'm not sorry if people feel as it's taking too much time. The reality is we have what we have and we can't change that. So while there are efforts to lobby on Beacon Hill and there are efforts to gain additional funding in the budget, or they're putting amendments into different bills to try to move things along, that's not our purview. That's not our lane. We have to do what we have to do with the money that we do have. And my one question when it comes to the conversation of it's only funded at $300,000, what's the number? What's the actual number people are looking for? Because I don't think it's ever going to be enough money. I don't think there will ever be enough money. And so for people who keep saying to us, it's only $300,000, there needs to be more. My question is how much more? And what do you expect to be done with that money? Because I think we've done a really good job with the money that we do have. And I think the staff has worked really hard to ensure that people have participation in the equity program here in Massachusetts. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Flanagan. I really appreciate those remarks. Commissioner McBride or Commissioner Tito, would you like to go next?
I have.
I think Commissioner McBride just beat you to the punch by about a nanosecond, Commissioner Tito. So let me let her go next, and then I'll get to you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I was just going to say that I have some specific points that speak to the questions that we as a commission were asked, and so I would prefer to kind of defer that to sort of where they fit into the conversation. So
that's fine.
At this point.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Tito? You're muted. No, she seems still muted. Or am I the ones? Can somebody wave to see if I'm still on this thing? Thank you.
You are.
I just didn't know whether I was thrown off or Commissioner Tito was thrown off. I love this technology. Commissioner Tito, it looks like you're still muted to me. Thank you.
Am I speaking?
Yeah, if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I missed something. I thought Commissioner McBride was going to speak, but
she deferred to the substantive part of the conversation about goals and objectives. So if you would like to speak before we get into that conversation, please go ahead.
Sure. Okay. So holding off on the goals and objectives. I think where the confusion came in about the funding is that we came up with the number 300,000 in 2017 at the same time that we came up with a lot of other numbers, which, as we discussed when we talked about the budgeted versus actual earlier, we were just making a guess in a lot of cases. And as we learned more, we adjusted them. But here, I think that it became, we have $300,000. What can we do with that versus what do we need to do and how much will that cost? I think that's what the confusion was. And I think this conversation is essentially fixing that. And I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments. Can I ask Commissioner McBride, since you had some thoughts about objectives and metrics, if you could start this conversation? Is that fair, Commissioner McBride?
Sure. So I think we were asked 3 specific questions, and they are, what are the Commission's goals and expectations for the SEP? What metrics are most valuable to the Commission in terms of measuring success? And what data does the Commission feel is missing from cohort 1 that should be collected for cohort 2? So taking these in order, what are the Commission's goals and expectations for the SEP? I would actually sort of like to flip this and sort of speak to, I think, what Commissioner Flanagan said about expectation setting. But the expectation setting that I'd sort of like to get at is, I want to know what the participants in the social equity program, what their expectations are or would be coming out the end of the program. And that's something that I've had conversations with many SEP participants, and I've had very different answers as I've had those conversations. And I think a lot of that is based on, again, speaking to what Commissioner Flanagan said, where people are, right? Meeting people where they are and trying to kind of figure out where they are. And so I think one of the things that I feel like is kind of missing in the information gathering that we've done is what are people's expectations? And having that be part of the questions that we're asking up front as we're developing the cohorts, right, and putting them together. So I think that that's really important, because I think that really then drives a lot of the conversation about then what the curriculum looks like, who teaches the curriculum, what it speaks to. And I think that that's also a really important part of this. I'm pleased with the fact that we have, I think, narrowed the instructors in a way that speaks to the quality of the programming. But I think that there are still aspects of the programming that sort of maybe aren't, like, they don't quite match maybe with what people's expectations are. And so I think that it's important to identify that piece of it, what the expectation are. And obviously we're not going to be able to have, the program isn't going to, speak to everything that everybody, I mean, that's, we can't be everything to everybody, but I think that it feels to me like that's kind of an element that might be missing right now. I think the other piece is trying to identify, and this is like, it's like nuance in detail, but it's things like, what, if any, other coursework have participants already done and undertaken, whether it is, specifically relevant to the cannabis industry or just generally speaking, right? Are you somebody that took courses in business in high school and college, at an extension school, something else, right? Went to business school, whatever it is. Have you taken specific courses that are related to cannabis? Even anything that, is sort of like related to that, right? Like, have you taken agricultural courses? Have you taken food safety courses? What is that kind of, what coursework like on your resume, right? Like part of your CV. So we're better able to maybe tailor what information we're giving out to people, because again, in speaking to participants, there are people that are coming into this with very, like high level, right? Business course, decades of experience, having done a lot of having done their own business development and starting businesses. And then there are individuals who are in this and they are starting out at like a 101 place where this is, a lot of this is going to be sort of foundational base information for them. So I think that we need to kind of identify that piece of it too, and maybe asking those relevant questions might be helpful. And then the other piece about kind of what I think is missing, and this also talks actually to Commissioner Flanagan's point about where, with specificity, where are participants in the program 6 months after, 1 year after? And now, granted, we haven't had that timeline yet, right? Like, that time hasn't lapsed yet. But I think that we should be building to collecting that information, because I think that gives us a sense, right, of like what else might be needed. It also just kind of gives us the the snapshot of where people are and kind of where they're going. And as we think about the other aspects of this, which are important, like the technical piece, right, like the technical support piece, that helps us to build that component of the program and figure out who needs to be part of that, who the instructors or who who the mentors need to be, however we're going to kind of however we're going to call those people. And so I think that getting that information is really important, and asking it with like a level of specificity that asks things like, have you had any conversations about capital, right, and investors? Have you spoken to municipalities? Which municipalities have you spoken to? So that we can sort of like, again, kind of figure out what the picture looks like. So I mean, I guess and there are other things about sort of putting together the relevant questions that I think we can all talk about. But I think that as we're developing this, that there does need to be some information that needs to be gained from the potential participants in the program and the existing and past participants in the program that really gets at what is the expectation. Because when we sit through public hearings, we sit through listening sessions, I have heard things that I've heard things that have surprised me in terms of just what I think some of the kind of scale of the program that people have anticipated. And it doesn't mean that we can't get there, but there may actually be things where we need to be right sizing that expectation a little bit too. Yeah, that's kind of where I guess I'll leave it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Tile? I'm trying to read on very small pictures on my screen. I'm trying to read facial expressions. So it looked like you're interested in talking next.
Thanks. Do we want to go through each question one at a time? So just starting with goals and metrics now?
That'd be my preference. And so the first is literally the objectives for the program. So if you would, if you have some thoughts on that, I'd very much appreciate you sharing them.
Yes. So my goals and expectations are going to be specifically what the commission is charged with doing and can do by itself, because I think that's where we have often gotten a bit off track is when we talk about capital and all the things that we want to help with, maybe that takes the focus away from exactly what the commission is charged with doing. So I'm going to limit my comments just to that. And I'm actually going to read specifically from the statute. So from Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017, I think this is a pretty good description, and we've done some of it, and we've done a really great job. But we're at the point where we should be expanding now to all of it and coming up with the resources to expand to all of these items. And then also, I really want to underscore and agree with what Commissioner McBride just said about evaluation, because we have, since the beginning, identified those metrics. But now I think it's a matter of resources to actually call the participants, do the surveys, analyze the data, get the summaries. In some cases, we have the data from applications, but in other cases, if they just graduated, in April, then we need to be calling them pretty soon to ask what they're doing now and collecting that data. So I want to strongly support that. Okay, so my expectations, reading from the statute. If upon completion of the study on participation in the regulated marijuana industry, the commission determines that there is evidence of discrimination or barriers to entry in the regulated marijuana industry, the commission shall adopt diversity licensing goals that provide meaningful participation of communities disproportionately affected by cannabis prohibition and enforcement, including minority business enterprises, women business enterprises, and veteran business enterprises. The commission shall, in consultation with the Supplier Diversity Office under the Executive Office of Administration and Finance, develop training programs designed and implemented to achieve meaningful participation by minority persons, women, and veterans. These programs shall include, but shall not be limited to, 1, recruitment of minority-owned, women-owned, and veteran-owned business enterprises to become licensed in marijuana-related businesses. I think so far we have not proactively done much recruitment, so it's good to see a line item added for that for next year. 2, development of workforce training for minorities, women, and veterans to enter into marijuana-related businesses. I think we've done a great job with that so far. With 2 of the tracks. Creation of employer training to attract minorities, women, and veterans into the workforce. I think that's the next step for us, is employer training, and on a similar note, really evaluating the positive impact plans, because a lot of them have their own training and their own measures that I think we need to understand better and take the time to evaluate, both for our own decision making and to quantify the impact that they've had. And then 4, outreach to disadvantaged groups, including consultations with state agencies and providing education and training opportunities. So again, I think the outreach is something that we haven't done as much of yet. So my expectations then are that we would handle this the same way that we handle anything else that starts with the commission shall, which is that we figure out how to do it, we figure out the resources that we need to do it, and then we do it. Those are my goals and expectations. Turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon?
I'll turn it back to you.
Oh, thank you. As always, I'll defer to my fellow commissioners, but I do have some comments I'll make. But let me see if Commissioner Flanagan or Commissioner McBride have anything in response to that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Flanagan.
I don't have anything in response to that, because I think that the goals that are set forth are the goals that have been set forth, and we have a program that we're working through, and we have staff working through in the agency. I guess my question is, from today's discussion, when we have these 3 questions, where does this go from here? I mean, what happens? Because I feel like we're having this discussion, and then the community outreach team or the department, whichever you want to call it, has been working through this, and we're now in the second cohort. Where are we going from here? I guess my big question is, I know you asked to have this on the agenda today, but we're going to talk about goals and perspectives, and we all have them. I guess I'm just a little confused as to what happens next.
Well, thank you. What I was hoping would happen next is we'd have the conversation that we're having right now about goals and objectives. I think whatever it's worth, my perspective is, Commissioner Tuttle was pretty compelling just now. The goals and objectives are stated in the legislation. So I think that that's hard to argue with that. My hope for today was that we would get into clear alignment on that, have some additional requests for data, as Commissioner McBride just made, and ask our staff to come back and say, here's what we think we need to execute against these goals and objectives. And I think that as Commissioner Tito was going through that, my perspective is I think we're doing a really good job on some dimensions of that, but there's some things that we haven't done. And just one example is employer training. I would like to, between today and hopefully our next meeting, it might take longer than that, but between today and our next meeting, would like the staff to develop a plan to meet those objectives that we haven't met. It is at our discretion, to your earlier point, Commissioner Flanagan, it's at our discretion how do we sequence and prioritize that against all the other priorities that we have and the constrained budget that we have as a commission? That's our job to prioritize, but I'd like to have that prioritization conversation in the context of a plan that I would like the staff to develop with our input based upon the objectives that we articulate today that are not currently being met by the social equity program. So that's my plan. That's my preferred plan forward. I'm certainly open for suggestions if there's alternative approaches, but I really think that we need a detailed plan. I want to get away from the conversation of is the social equity program underfunded, overfunded, appropriately funded, and say, here's what we need to do in the social equity program. Here's a plan. Here's what's going to cost. Here's how we're going to figure out how to make the trade-offs that we're going to absolutely have to make between the social equity program and all the other mandates and requirements that we have as a commission. So I just want to have an informed conversation about that rather than have what I think is a senseless debate about is the social equity program overfunded or underfunded. I don't see any upside in having that conversation. I do see a lot of upside in saying, here are the objectives, here's a plan to get to those objectives. How do we fit that in against all the other mandates and requirements we have as an agency? That makes sense.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, that we don't have to come into alignment with the objective, with the goals and the expectations that are in statute because they're in statute.
Right.
And so first and foremost, that's a conversation that doesn't need to happen. I think talking about funding of the program doesn't go away because the actions that have been taken previously talk about the program and talk about the funding of the program and what mandates aren't being met and what needs to be done and how we're going to do that. So if we're going to step away from that conversation, then we need to totally step away from that conversation and have this move forward. My concern is that you have a staff that is going to start working with the second cohort. And now we're going to take that staff time away to have them create a very detailed plan, which again, I'm not big into the details because I think if you have a too detailed plan, then you're not able to pivot when you need to, and you're not able to be as agile as you need to be when things happen. I really think that we have to sort of, from my perspective, I think we need to prioritize what needs to be done. I hope that the staff is just focusing on working with the second cohort and moving forward versus having to come up with another plan and to figure out how to pivot when they already have a plan in place. And I know that this is going to evolve over time. I understand that this is a program that needs to eventually expand, but we need to also be realistic with the resources that we have and the demands that we're putting on our staff.
I absolutely agree with that last comment. I'm open-minded about a path forward. I have a suggestion. I do think that we have a plan that is very focused in terms of the training. I think that Commissioner McBride's suggestions about how we can make that even more effective and more focused, absolutely appropriate. But some of the objectives that Commissioner Title just enumerated from the law, we're not doing it. I don't believe we have a plan to do, and I think we need a plan. We can debate how detailed that plan needs to be, but I believe we need to have a plan. And the plan could be, we are too stretched to do anything for, I'm not suggesting this is the right outcome. I'm saying the plan could be, we're too stretched to do anything for 6 months or a year. But without a plan, I don't know how to have that conversation. And I know that there are things that we are currently not doing that I believe we're mandated to do. And I think we need to have a conversation about how we're going to get those things done, even if that means we're going to have to start later or defer something else. That's the conversation I believe we need to have. Anybody else want to jump in?
I'll jump in.
Commissioner Title, go ahead.
If we're going to meet those goals and appropriately measure and evaluate them, then we need more staff to do it. It's not a secret. That's all.
I would tend to agree with Commissioner Title. I mean, at a minimum, we need to fill the position of community outreach director, or however, whether we're going to continue to call it that or whether we're going to expand that role and call it something different, or how, but that, I think a priority needs to be backfilling that position and then figuring out what other supports maybe need to be in play there, because that role, I mean, that is a statewide role. like it's a role that needs to be a statewide role. It's a role that needs to be able to, even in this remote environment, needs to be able to kind of get out to, all corners of the state and to be thinking about the programming that's needed throughout the state, right? And sort of being very specific about that programming. So I think that that person's going to need to be someone who is dynamic. Also, I think if we're talking about the goals and expectations as Commissioner Title laid them out, and we're talking about things like creation of employer training to attract women, minorities, veterans into the workforce, I think that person needs to be equipped to be able to do that, and also needs to, have the skill set to be able. So I think we need to prioritize on making sure that aspect is done quickly, that we are posting for that and getting that filled. And then I think that we have an opportunity as, cohort 2 in its early stages to maybe build in at this point some of the questions, right? Some of the information that we want to start to gather, build it in now. And then I think, there are our plan for tracking and kind of doing that survey, I think also needs to be complete. Like, it needs to be a fulsome plan for surveying participants, both that have graduated and those that are here now and that are in the pipeline, so that we're kind of starting to put that, like, we're laying that groundwork at this point in time and being able to start to collect that information now and not having that kind of wait until another cohort goes through and then sort of developing. And I think we need to be working on that now as a priority.
I agree. Mr. Executive Director, could I ask you to give us your thoughts and your belief in terms of the timeline for hiring into this position?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. There's a few things I'd like to add to this, I think. To touch on Commissioner McBride's point she just ended with, in the materials available to you today, that plan exists for cohort 1. As you pointed out earlier, it has not been 6 months since they've completed their coursework, so we have every intention of surveying that cohort to see where they are in their process, as far as if they were in the entrepreneur track or the entry track, what success have they realized, and what other items or support would they need. So that has been a plan dating back to cohort 1. It remains a plan with cohort 2. Your point is well taken as far as building out additional surveys to gather and ascertain expectations of the program. So I think that's something that we can focus on. And I also should note here, that is something that's been supported from day one by our research department. So ensuring that we're collecting usable data that can actually be leveraged in both our ongoing research, but would also be useful to anybody else that wants to evaluate the success or not of the program moving forward. And just making sure it's usable and digestible, and it can be used, again, not just by us, but by others if that's the case. On the role of the Director of Community Outreach, I guess it's a potentially chicken or egg situation here, where that is a vacancy at the agency. At this point, the reason it has not been posted to fill that vacancy is because this has been a conversation that has been looming now for a month. So it would be, I think, irresponsible of me to post the position to fill it if during the course of this conversation there was a seismic shift in the goals and objectives of the program and therefore the direction. I think it would be misleading to any potential candidate that would have applied for the job. So at this point, if there is not going to be that dramatic of a change to the programming, I do think we want to make some adjustments to the role, as any good agency should. Once someone departs the role, you're going to evaluate it and see what are the needs, what has been the evolution of the tasks and assignments, as well as the agency as a whole, where does it fit structurally and things. So we will make those adjustments, but I think those adjustments will be minor based on the grand scheme of the agency. At the same time, we ought to have learned from the first occupant of we are all by and large the first occupants of our roles, and someone is going to learn from them once we depart. So I think that's the exercise we've gone through. Again, there's reference to that in your cover memo that I think helped facilitate this conversation today. That is absolutely our intention, but as I said, I think it would have been irresponsible to post that knowing that this conversation was pending.
But I'm hearing, if not complete alignment, I'm hearing a lot of alignment in terms of objectives and requirements that we need to fulfill in this program. Do you feel, so my perspective in response to your comments, Mr. Executive Director, which I appreciate, are one, I don't see a seismic shift, as you refer to in this conversation, but I do think that there is some, and I think Commissioner McBride was the most articulate on this, very specific requirements in terms of experience and skill set for this position, given the legislative mandate in terms of goals and where we need to increase our effectiveness. I'm not sure that do you agree with that statement, disagree with that statement?
So I don't I don't disagree with it, and I don't agree with it. I think what I
ever the diplomat.
I agree with you. I've not heard a seismic shift, so I think we can establish that as a baseline, of course. I think what would be most helpful, though, is there any diversion from you also have before you in your materials, this is what cohort 2 is undergoing as far as their coursework and the experience as far as what they'll receive as benefits and training with the vendors as well as with commission staff. I think it references 39 different programs. I know Commissioner Flanagan articulated a desire to have a municipal element to that as far as experiences and interactions with cities and towns. I think that's a specific task we can explore. I know at this point there's no delivery track as a component of our current coursework, and that's something we can work into expanding as well. But I see those as being tasks versus goals and objectives.
Right.
I think they're attainable and certainly something we can incorporate into either this cohort if possible, but certainly plug into our thinking moving forward. But I just want to make sure I'm walking out of today, and not just me, but obviously the staff that's going to be tasked with this. What are the goals and objectives? And I don't know that that's been reduced to something, frankly, that I've written down here in my notes during the conversation.
If I could just.
Yes, go ahead, please, Commissioner McBride.
This is not going to answer the plea of the executive director. It's just going to add to it. But
go for it. Have fun.
If we're thinking about kind of long term, right? I mean, one of the things I've talked about this before, and I apologize for sounding like a broken record. I think I've mentioned this a few times before. I know I definitely mentioned it, I think in February when we had the update on the social equity program, is I think that there's, we have these moments in time that we're sort of building towards. And I think that one moment in time that we haven't yet addressed, or at least haven't addressed sufficiently, that I think we have an opportunity to do. And if we're talking about kind of long-term goals and objectives, I think that one of the things that we need to be thinking about is for those participants in the program that come out and that are at a place where they are ready to go or just about ready to go. I think building, and this gets to Commissioner Flanagan's point, I think a little bit about networking, but maybe enlarges it a bit. I think that providing something that's like a value add at the end of programming and is something that is an ongoing forum that may be appropriate for people who are coming out of the cohort directly, or may be appropriate and open to people who come, in previous cohorts, future cohorts. It's sort of a forum to be able to put participants in a room with individuals who are either, when we're talking about what the next steps are, if you are somebody that's going to be interested in jumping into a business, an opportunity to be able to provide, here's your elevator pitch. There are people in the room that are there to hear that elevator pitch and to maybe be able to facilitate some discussion about filling in some of the gaps that might be there, whether it's looking for investors or, you know, trying to figure out if there are particular, I don't know, like vendors or platforms that might be needed by somebody who's coming out of a cohort, just kind of getting those entities and those people together in one room is sort of like a forum that we can put on and have it be something that is recurring. And I think that like there's sort of a value add, it feels like to me, that, you know, kind of getting all of these people that have a real interest in making sure that the success of these participants is prioritized, putting those people into a room and actually being able to have real conversations about business interests and what the needs are of those individuals at that point in time. I think it's kind of like part trade show, part convention, like, but that's something that we can do and put together, and it might be further down the line, like a long-term goal, but I think that becomes something that is, you know, an element that maybe right now isn't being fulfilled.
Mr. Chairman, if I may on that one?
Yes, please.
Because it is something that Commissioner McBride, you're absolutely right, you've talked about, and you and I have talked about it, I think, several times now. A small version of that I know was anticipated for this particular cohort. I would describe this version, not the, I think a more complete approach can certainly be explored, but it was essentially a capstone event, graduation. Then of course, COVID happened, and that a gathering of that style is something that would not be either permitted or advisable. At the same time, I think there's really an opportunity to explore a virtual component of that. And I know Commissioner Title as well has discussed the potential for a connector-like app. That I think is, I've described it perhaps inartfully as a version of a LinkedIn to connect businesses to candidates, but it also could be B2B as well. But there are some things we can consider virtually. I think the LMS is a tool, but not a complete feature there. But to address your direct point, that is something that's been part of our thinking and planning. Again, there was an expectation that this first cohort would at least realize a capstone moment in graduation ceremony. And of course, it then collided with the COVID dynamic. So it had to be scrapped. It's unfortunate. And I know in Shakia, in her departing message, as far as congratulations to the group, identified that as being I wish we could celebrate in person, but we are unable to. So I don't want you to think that feedback was ignored or disregarded. It was something I think we're working to build toward, though.
Thanks. I mean, it seems like, thank you, Mr. Executive Director. It seems like we're getting into some tactical suggestions that I think make perfect sense. But I don't know how do we decide which of the tactics are the most important? How do we prioritize? How do we plan for them? I heard Commissioner McBride say that, you know, the key in her opinion, and if I'm misrepresenting what you said, Commissioner McBride, I apologize, push back. We need to fill the position, and we need to fill a position with a person that has a set of skills that she articulated. And I think that is the first step in developing the kind of plan so we can make decisions and make the trade-offs about the various tactics that are being suggested. We can talk about tactics as much as we want. I just don't know, again, how do we make the trade-offs and priorities? How do we decide how much it's going to cost and how much we can spend and where the resources come from? So I'd like to think going forward, at least one of the specific things that we should get out of here, out of this conversation, is how do we fill this position as quickly and as well as possible? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Quite frankly, I think we start with the objectives that are set in statute.
I agree.
And then once you have someone who's in the position, I mean, this department is going to be led by the director. It's going to be led by a leader. And I think it's going to be prohibitive if we are very prescriptive before the person gets here. I mean, hopefully we're going to hire someone that has, you know, some innovative ideas and has probably had some experience doing this type of thing that's going to tell us, hey, you know, this is what I think is going to work. I say we go back to basics. We need to start with the statute. Those are our goals and objectives. Post the job description, whatever that's going to be and whatever title that person's going to have, and then build that team. I think if we're gonna go round and round in this conversation, we're not gonna come to any type of a goal or expectation. Let's start with what we're mandated to do, and that's what's in statute. And then from there, you know, we all have the ability to work with staff on things that we think are important, that goes well beyond a conversation like this. So yep. I think it's in our best interest. I think it's in the staff's best interest, and I think it's in the program participants' best interest if we just go back to basics and then we build from there.
I couldn't agree more on Commissioner Flanagan, which is why I was trying to get the executive director to tell me that he had enough to act upon in terms of filling the role. Because I agree with you in terms of your suggested approach. Again, Mr. Executive Director, without putting you too much on the spot, what do you need from the commission to get you to the point where you feel comfortable that you can fill the role appropriately?
At this point, I don't know that I need anything further from the commission. I would just note that I think when we've had vacancies in the past, there have been circumstances where, as I indicated, where the job, just based on now having better information, more complete information about the role, that we would make minor adjustments to the description without having to come back before the commission to seek approval on a new role. That said, if those adjustments are so significant that it would significantly alter or materially alter the role in the description, including such things as the title and the core functions and duties, then I would absolutely seek the commission's approval and consent to that adjustment.
Of course.
What I'm hearing at this point is that based on the feedback that the role itself, I think to Commissioner McBride's point, is a statewide role. I think the original description envisioned that and envisioned a lot of outreach. One of the elements of feedback that we've gotten both internally based on the role and how it practically sat within the commission is that management and data analysis become a major component. I think that echoes a lot of the discussion today as well. So there's a lot of, I think, agreement and understanding there. I think we have enough material at this point to make those adjustments and prioritize the hiring of this position. I think to Commissioner Title's point, a lot of the tasks that are necessary are not going to be done or conducted by this role and this role alone, though.
Right.
So I think that's something as part of our long-term planning and frankly our short-term planning that we need to find a way to support and build up. But there's also a number of department heads that would share that same objective, and I think that's one of the balancing acts we try to manage administratively is what departments can we support, how best can we support them, and something I think we've done with some success is finding ways to do it creatively with folks traversing different departments. So, but it's a long-winded answer, though. Sorry.
No, it's a good answer, and I appreciate it. Just one thing, if you could clarify for me. So you said you got what you need. Do you feel you need commission approval, or can you prioritize this and act on it based upon what we'll consider tweaking rather than completely revising the job description?
At this point, I don't believe I would require commission approval to make these changes. I will admit I would like to spend probably another day with the description in the event that it does. And I also want to keep in mind that I understand leaving this discussion that filling this role is the priority, and knowing any changes that would require commission deliberation and discussion would set us back yet another month.
Well, I'll work with you on that. If your conclusion after deliberating on this for a little while is that it does require commission approval, we'll figure out a way to not slow us down as much as that. So I think that's the right sequence, though, that you just suggested. Commissioner Title.
So I just want to be clear that I am, in fact, suggesting a seismic shift with regard to the role, but I don't think it's my or our place as commissioners to make these decisions, but being asked for input, I can say that one, the first cohort, I think, was a success. I think the feedback that we have has been very positive, and that was pretty much all the staff that worked on it and all the different departments that chipped in. So you do know what it takes to be successful, and I commend you for that. Given that it needs to grow, I am seeing a lot of parallels with diversity, inclusion, anti-racism focused leaders that you might see in other contexts. This is very unique, yes, but it's also not unique in the sense that the issues that we're trying to address will very often lead to this exact situation where the goals are clear, the people involved are very competent. You'll have a series of meetings over years where you talk about the goals, you talk about the metrics, the priorities, the programs. People bring up excellent program ideas, events, connectors, cross-functional teams, all these conversations that we have had, but then you come back later and they haven't gotten done. And if you ask the people who were working on them, they're very likely to say lack of resources, even though we did have great input and great help. You know, there's always going to be a limit to how far you can stretch resources. So I'm kind of seeing that pattern play out. And I think that if you have someone who has the qualifications that we have asked for in this position, they are going to know what to look for. They're going to ask questions like, what resources are dedicated to these programs? How many staff are on these particular items that the person in the position is supposed to have expertise in, but can't do themselves. So for example, the person in the position will have evaluation experience, you know, surveys, focus groups, all these other things, but they can be the best in the world with that expertise, but they're not going to be able to do it in addition to outreach and the equity program and everything else. So they're going to ask, what support will I have? They're going to ask, where am I in the org chart? Whom do I report to? They're going to ask, what is the internal communication like? When we talk about strategic goals, what will it be like when I need to talk to another department about equity? So these are all questions that we know will be asked. And so I do think in a lot of these questions, a seismic shift is necessary. But it's not a commission decision. But I do want to bring up those parallels because they are in fact very predictable and very consistent for people who work on these issues. And they often get told a year later, you were not successful because you're unrealistic, you're asking for too much, you're not consistent in what your goals are. So let's have all these conversations again and again, when in fact, the real reasons for that are still very often a lack of resources.
Yeah, respectfully, I don't think that changes the job description, Commissioner Title. I do think that all the questions that you just articulated that a qualified candidate would ask, I agree with, but I also think that they're answerable. And I think that we're looking for somebody that can help us figure out some of those things, you know, in terms of, you know, budget, resources required, internal communications. I think all those things are valid, but I feel like we have answers to all those questions, and I don't believe that that should stop us from trying to fill this position. I think that the answer to a lot of the questions and addressing, I think that's exactly what we're looking to fulfill in this position, and I see no reason that we can't do that with a high degree of urgency.
Completely. And if you're suggesting that the person should have input on those decisions, that's exactly what I'm saying too.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioners Flanagan and McBride, I am ready to move on unless the executive director has more questions that he would like some guidance from the commission on, or Commissioners Flanagan or McBride, if there are other topics you'd like to talk about. I said I would like to move on unless there are additional conversations that we need to have.
I just want to end by saying I think that Sean needs to, you know, do what he needs to do, and he knows how to do that, and we just move forward from there.
Thank you. I agree with that. Commissioner McBride?
I believe she might have dropped
I
off.
think she lost internet.
No, I lost like internet like 2 minutes ago, so I apologize.
Oh, you missed the best part of the conversation, Commissioner McBride.
I was texting furiously to tell people that I'd lost internet. So I apologize for that.
No apology necessary.
And she did not give me proxy for her departure.
Commissioner McBride, what I think you missed is a request to the executive director to prioritize the hiring of the leader of this function. I think he's gotten good input from all of us in terms of the qualifications and the role that we would like her to play, him or her to play, excuse me, in leadership here, including helping us answer some of these questions about resourcing and prioritization and so forth. The executive director feels that he has the information and guidance that he needs from us to revise the job description as appropriate. His current belief is that it will be within the parameters where he will not need to seek commission approval because the changes will not be of that extent. But he requested a few days to think through that and come back to me if he felt like it did need commission approval. But he certainly agreed that it was a priority of his and his staff to fill the position.
Yep, I appreciate that. I heard most of the conversation about that, and I agree with that. And I also think that the chief of staff most definitely has a lot to contribute to that conversation. I'm sure she's already contributed it, but I imagine that she probably has a lot more to contribute to that conversation as well. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you. Look, this is hard. This is complicated. I feel very good about what we've done, but I know we need to do more, and I think we're moving in that direction. I also agree with Commissioner Flanagan that it's going to take a while, but I am proud of the progress we have made to this point, while completely accepting the fact that we have more work to do. But I think we have a path forward for that. So, thank you for this dialogue. The next and last agenda item is regulatory petition delegation, and again, I'm going to throw it back to you, Mr. Executive Director, if I could. I wanted to thank Commissioner McBride for her leadership on this topic, but Mr. Executive Director, would you lead this part of the conversation, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I echo that same sentiment. This is it coincides nicely in a way with the ongoing regulatory discussion, but it is a separate process and distinct process from that. So as the Commission will recall, our regulations do anticipate a process for the ability of individuals or groups to petition for the adoption, amendment, or repeal of regulations. And we have received the request. It was received back in June. The request itself is relative to microbial testing and the thresholds under our regulations, which is the 935 CMR 500-160 relative to testing of marijuana products. They're proposing two particular changes. The science, one is that the science doesn't support the current microbe thresholds, and that secondly, the microbe thresholds create a direct conflict with our energy regulations, and specifically the focus seems to be outdoor cultivation. That said, we are currently in our regulatory process. The other piece of material that is currently also available for public comment is the testing protocols themselves. The request here ultimately of the Commission is that our regulatory regulations right now relative to petitions allows for there to be a delegation to the Executive Director of those requests as they come in. And excuse me as I just pull this up here. There's some language to delegate it to me to review the proposal, develop a process to review it and come back to the Commission, or to render a conclusion about whether or not it ought to be adopted and make a recommendation to the Commission. So what I'm proposing here is that, and again, the regulations anticipate this process. What is actually being asked is that we engage the process. So I'm happy to read motion language if it's informative to the discussion, or wait for discussion if there is any.
Maybe if you could, just, I think it's probably going to be easier to have the conversation. Would you mind reading the proposed language?
Sure, happy to. So the proposed motion would be to move under 935 CMR 500.830 and 935 CMR 501.830, both of which concern petitions for the adoption, amendment, or repeal of regulations, to delegate to the executive director the authority to review petitions for regulatory change, to determine whether a petition should be resolved with or without a recommendation to the full commission, and to take actions consistent with this regulatory process.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Any comments before I ask for a motion? Commissioner McBride, I know you've played, as I said, a significant leadership role here.
And I think that the delegation here is appropriate. I am working with the executive director, and I'm working with his delegates in already looking at the petition. And I think, we want to make sure that we are supporting the development of anything that comes out of this petition, that we're doing our due diligence as well. And so, this is related to obviously the testing component of the regulations, and as the executive director said, the protocol. So, there's already some groundwork that has been laid there. So I think that the delegation is appropriate.
Thank you very much. Commissioners Title or Flanagan, any comments before I ask for a motion? Commissioner Title?
Just a question. Do you envision consulting or getting outside expertise?
Certainly in reviewing the petition itself, the petition is very technical, and I think is very thoughtfully comprised. We have the benefit of some in-house expertise, especially on the lab and testing components. Genevieve Hall-Frisson, our lab and testing analyst. But I think it's an area that we can always seek outside counsel and wisdom on. So a combination of the two, and I would certainly lean on Genevieve and that team to assist us. But yes, I do expect to seek comment.
Commissioner Flanagan, any comments before I ask for a motion?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Then Commissioner McBride, would you make the motion to approve Sean's motion language?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Title, would you second that, please?
Second.
Thank you. Record show Commissioner McBride made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Title. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show the commission unanimously approved the motion. Thank you. Erica, if we can go on to the next slide about upcoming dates, please. Okay, I truly apologize. We are, I think the summer just seems to be consumed by meetings, and my apologies for that. We had our meeting today on the 6th, which I'm about to ask for a motion to adjourn. The public comment period ends on the 14th of August, so please, everybody that is interested in making a comment, please do so in that time frame. It's incredibly important to our process. September 10th is our next regularly scheduled commission meeting, and then September 24th, we will have another meeting to vote on final regulations. And my apologies profusely. There will be another meeting sometime in late August, early September. It's being finalized right now to digest the public comment period and have a policy conversation on what, if any, changes we want to make to our draft regulations based upon the public comments that we received, both written and the testimony that came on Monday. So again, please give us your comments, but we're going to need to schedule for late August a commission meeting to, again, discuss publicly whether we want to make any changes to our draft regulations based upon that public comment. So that's the upcoming calendar. There being no further business before the commission, may I ask Commissioner Flanagan to make a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Let's record show Commissioner Flanagan made the motion to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner McBride. Commissioner Flanagan, your vote. Commissioner Flanagan? She already gone. Commissioner McBride?
Aye.
Commissioner Title.
Aye.
Commissioner Flanagan, did you say aye as well?
Sorry, I did.
Yeah, Commissioner Hoffman, aye. We are adjourned as of 3:14 p.m. Thank you very much. Be safe, everybody.